You guys, StreamYard is still being a major pain in my buttocks this morning. So, this is going to feel weird. Hold on just a second. Let me put some chapstick on. You guys, I'm a hot mess this morning. It has been a crazy day. I would have come on earlier, but I forgot Thursdays are also kiddos' speech therapy days. So, we had her uh, resources class, phonics, reading, and then speech therapy. So, anyway, I'm going to try something out today, you guys. Spins reminded me. For those of you that don't know, Morgana Banana in the chat. In real life, doesn't go by Morgana. She goes by Gana. So she informed me if I was a real friend, I would call her Gana. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try it on for size today, see how it fits. Good morning, Kel. Please hit that thumbs up on your way to your seat. Thank you very much. Hi, Sherry. Good morning. Good morning, Gana. It feels so weird. Whoa. It feels so weird. That would be like me trying to call Donnie Elizabeth. And I can't do it. But I'll try, Gana. I've called you Morgana forever. Like, I've known Morgana long before the Crime Channel, and I've always called her Morgana. Morgana, Morgana, Morgana. Morgana said it rolls right off your tongue so well. I'm having trouble, Spins. Okay, we'll get on with it. I will try, Gana. Gana. Hey, Miss King. Good morning. Good morning, Donnie. Hey, Aurelia. Hello. Good morning. Yeah, please don't forget to smear your DNA all over that thumbs up button. Good morning, sweet Gail. Oh, thank you, Spinzy. Spin says, do you have friends who like true crime? Share this channel with them. We love our ever-growing community. We do, we do, we do. Thank you so much. Yeah, I almost said Morgana. How is Gana feeling today? Doing pretty good. Still a little sore, she says. I'm struggling. Struggling. Gail says, good to hear, Morgana. Take it easy. Kel says, hi, Gana Banana. See, Gana Banana Hammock. It's Morgana Banana Hammock. I know. Gana, Gana, fee, fi, fo, fana. Gana. Yeah, Gail knows. Yeah, I know. All right, you guys, we're going to get into it. We're going to get into today. I'm so sorry. My hair is a train wreck. I am going to be a full-on honest. I have the same t-shirt on that I had on yesterday. I slept, okay? Hard. I didn't even put pajamas on, okay? I have not had a shower. I did wipe some of the eye makeup off a little bit, what I could get off with a baby wipe. I mean, here it is. Here's my baby wipe with some mascara on it. I mean, today has been a morning already. And then tomorrow's going to be even more hardcore because we have to be at a doctor's office for kiddos' neurology appointment tomorrow at 8 in the morning. We have to be there. Well, actually, we have to be there at 7:50 because we have to be there 10 minutes early. And the doctor's office is almost an hour away. So tomorrow's going to be ugh. Anyway, oh god. So, hey Michelle. Good morning. Good morning. I know, Donnie, right? Ugh, it's and the hard part isn't even like it's going to be hard for me to get up and get going, but kiddo, my husband Dale, he'll be fine as wine because he's already been at work for 2 or 3 hours by the time 8 o'clock rolls around. But not me. So anyway, we are gonna go straight into today. Now they've been live for a while, probably an hour, hour and a half ish. I don't even know. But we're going to get started and be able to skip through breaks and sidebars. We'll see about lunch because kiddo has her math class at 1 o'clock today. So I do have a stream 2, part 2, after lunch up. It is unlisted and I've got a time on it, I think, to start at 2:30, but that time could change based on when they actually come back from lunch. So, no worries, Michelle. Work and lurk away, ma'am. Work and lurk away. Donnie, go ahead and make up stories today, ma'am. Why ain't you going to make up stories today? How was your dinner last night, Michelle? The croissants with the salad, the chicken salad. How was it? Was it yum? We had breakfast for dinner last night. Yes, we had French toast. It was very, very yum. Miss King says, my cousin went through a phase when I was young that she wanted everyone to start calling her by her middle name instead of her first name. As I had all my life, it didn't stick. We could not change it. Good morning, C. Morales. Uh, I'll try. I mean, I know that like Morgana's real life family and in real life friends call her Gana. It's just, going to that from, I mean, you guys, I've known Morgana like 5 years. And yeah. So, and I've always called her Morgana. Uh, uh, so it's going to be a bit of a change. Michelle said, I think we're having tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwiches tonight. I love that. I love tomato soup and grilled cheese. Michelle says, hey, Morgana. Michelle, we have been informed that people in Morgana's real life call her Gana. 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 So. Hey, Gana, here's a Pepsi. uh, are you saying I'm not a real life friend, Spins? Who are you talking to? Me? Of course you are. I like to add fresh cracked pepper and crumbled feta to tomato soup. Of course, crackers and grilled cheese too. Yes, I love grilled cheese with tomato soup. I really can't even eat like if you're going to give me tomato soup without a grilled cheese sandwich, I don't even want the soup. Okay. All right. Yes, real life friends, man. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. We're going to get started. We are going to get started. Donnie! Oh my God. She said it's her 53rd birthday today. Happy birthday. Chris is sick. I'm sorry. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, sweet Donnie. Happy birthday to you. And many more on Channel 4. And all the rest on CBS. And you're not over the hill, so you can still Netflix and chill. And what else was there? I don't remember. But yeah, we love you. Happy birthday, Donnie. Here, 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 here. Let's give you some. And one of these. Just because. It's my favorite. Oh. And here. We'll run through my list of overlays just for your entertainment. Um, oh, hold on. I'm doing all kinds of things wrong right now. Hold on. Where did it go? Uh, uh, okay, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday again, Donnie. Margaret's under the fridge. And QB has words. And there's the storm. He's sitting on a portal potty. No yapping allowed. We got Pop Tarts. We got Pop Tarts. We got all the Pop Tarts. And this is back when Organa was talking about the Pickle Witch from Jimmy John's. Oh, we got some grounds. We got lots of grounds. Yeah. And then we're back to her. Urgh. Right? Yay! So much fun. Happy birthday, Donnie. We love you, ma'am. Yeah, the comb over, smug look. I know. He's wow. Wait, Henny? When's Henny's birthday? Happy birthday in Latin is I'm gonna butcher it. Felix Natalis Diem Tibi. Um. Oh, Michelle. You know what? Let me tell you something. Something that I don't know if this is just a regional thing or if people all over the country do it, but when we fix chili, like a big pot of chili in the wintertime, and by chili I mean the soupy, not like what you get at um Steak and Shake, right? Like when we make a pot of chili, it's like chili soup, is what a lot of people call it. But it's very soupy, tomato soupy, and spicy with chili. seasoning, right? But then you got like elbow macaroni or pasta, like spaghetti, broken up real fine. And then we put beans and beef, like ground beef. Um, some people put like chunky tomatoes in it. But anyway, when we have chili, we always have peanut butter sandwiches with the chili. Peanut butter sandwiches with the chili. We dip it in there. We eat it just like we do with our grilled cheese and tomato soup. You know how you dip it? We dip our peanut butter sandwiches in our chili. And some people do this other thing where they'll mix they'll make it like a even sweeter peanut butter sandwich where they'll mix like peanut butter with honey or peanut butter with maple syrup or peanut butter with um I can't remember, but yeah, you stir it together and then slather it on bread and yum with chili. It's so good. Aurelia, did we hear the original 911 call for this case? We've heard some of it. Yeah, I don't know if we've heard it in its entirety, but yeah, and get better. Prayers for Chris that he feels better soon. Sorry, guys, I'm way behind in chat now. Oh, Henny says it's her 59th birthday on Saturday. Oh, my goodness. Happy early birthday. Happy early birthday. And because I won't be here tomorrow to stream, because we'll be gone to her doctor's appointment, happy birthday early. Happy early birthday to you. Happy early birthday to you. Happy early birthday, sweet Henny. Happy birthday to you. And many more on Channel 4, although you don't know what that is because you're international. And all the rest on CBS, and you probably don't have CBS either because, yeah, and you're not over the hill, so you can still Netflix and chill. I love you, Henny. I'm not chilling anytime soon, says Morgana. Gana. Gana, 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 Gana. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Crop the comb over pose. Oh my God. Not hot dog topper. Right, Aurelia. Yeah, no. Mm-mm. Hot dog chili and chili soup are two different things. Totally two different things. Michelle doesn't add pasta. Some people don't. I mean, we do. We always have. I think it was just an easy, cheap way for people to make it go a little further, you know. I add beans, beef, tomatoes, and sometimes corn. Grounds beef. Y'all eat weird stuff. Ooh, yummy. Gail said, by the way, whoever suggested Doritos flavored Smart Pop, thank you. Yummy. Hey, Tanya. Tanya says, I don't do pasta in mine. I think it's a thing in Ohio and Midwest region. Maybe. Michelle said, peanut butter sandwiches with chili. That's weirder than my PB crackers and tomato soup. No, ma'am, it's not. Try it. Just try it. Okay, we'll do honey peanut butter. Just smear that on some bread and have it the next time you have some chili. I do like Ritz crackers with peanut butter and sharp cheddar cheese. There, see? Ah, thoughts and prayers, ma'am. I know that's going to be tough. Is she excited, though? Sherry says, I'm starting to suspect I'm older than all y'all. No, we have some people in here all the time that pop in that are older. I have my own version of Olive Garden pasta. I can't pronounce that. That has pasta in it. I always get the same thing at Olive Garden. I always just get the chicken parmesan. Done. Miss King says, I'm older. Mm, all right. Let's get started. Oh, well, see, there you go, Aurelia. I would have butchered it 10 ways from Sunday, so. She actually is excited. I'm happy she will have to go out to eat in the dining room with everyone and socialize instead of sitting in her apartment alone. There you go. See, I like that. It'll do her some good. We kind of struggled with my mother-in-law. She's passed away now, but back years ago, she was in. It was a nursing home, but she wasn't there to. She had fallen, and the doctor wanted her to go into a nursing home facility to for rehab before for a few weeks before they would send her back home. And she did that a few times. My mother-in-law was a faller, okay? Like it was like she was always falling. And every time she would fall, she would get hurt, go to the hospital, you know, and then have to go through rehab before they would let her come home. And whenever she would spend her time. I mean, they did all kinds of things there. Like every night was something. They had karaoke night, they had game night, they had craft night, they had an ice cream parlor inside the place, a beautician, you go get your hair did all the time. They had everything in there, right? And she enjoyed it. She really enjoyed it. And it made her kind of get out of a slump. So it's really good for them. Spin says, I'm probably the youngest. You're not older than dirt, Gail. No, you're not. Aurelia said 53, but I feel 93 today. Same. I always feel 93. Until Lauren joins, because I think I'm older than her. I think you are. Since losing her sister in November, her depression's gotten worse, so she needs to make friends and do things together. Aw, God love her heart. She falls too. Donnie, same. If you have not heard yet, the actor Gene Hackman passed away yesterday, along with his wife and the family dog. They were all three found dead in their home. Um, so and he's in his 90s. They said he was like 95. I didn't realize that. Did you guys realize? Is that true? Is he really that old? Gene Hackman? We are almost half an hour in, and we ain't even got started yet. What are we doing with our lives? We're just sitting here having all kinds of conversation. Yeah, I don't know her, Spins. I heard about that, but I don't know her. He retired in 2013. He's up there, born in 1930. Yeah, Gail, I saw it on the headline news this morning. I'm just like, wow. Yeah, it's not been verified about carbon dioxide or monoxide, I mean. Not until. It hasn't been confirmed at last I looked at the news. I was trying to look and I looked on Twitter to see if I could find anything out too, but yeah. She was on Buffy. Okay. I thought I read that she was on, was it Gossip Girls or something? I don't know. Yeah, all those teeny popper. Well, Harriet the Spy with Rosie O'Donnell. I've never heard of that. I don't know. I wasn't familiar with her. It's awful though. Okay, see Gossip Girl too. And I don't even know what that show is. Don't even know. I don't have a clue. By the way, did anybody start and watch Paradise? Did anybody start Paradise? Oh my God. It is so good. She had a liver transplant. Okay, and that was why. Wow. Well, I'm eager to find out what the cause of death was for Gene Hackman and his wife and their dog. They said that they didn't think that there was any foul play at the moment, but it's still under investigation. So I'm assuming it would have been something like that. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. All right, we're going to get started now. We're going to go. And Hollywood dropping like flies, though. Hey, Mary Lou. It's good to see you. I'm sorry, Margaret. Yes. Yes. Are you okay? My dog is back there snoring. Yep. Gene Hackman. He's 95 years old, man. 95. Oh, Donnie, you did watch. Okay, you watched the Paradise show? Whoa, right? She says, I'm still trying to figure out the characters in the other city thing. Right, okay. Yeah. I know. The characters, though, there's like so many characters in this. And they all have such big personalities. You know what I mean? But anyway, it's amazing. So I'm going to get this started, though. We are 31 minutes in and have not even started. So let's go. Let's go.
All right, good morning. Are you ready to proceed, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may call your first witness.
The applicant calls Sean Castle.
All right, Mr. Castle, take your time, come forward and have a seat in the chair to my left whenever you're ready. All right, raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Microphone is on, so you should be all set. You can adjust the chair if you need to. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Castle.
Morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Sean Castle, K-A-S-A-L.
And Mr. Castle, what is it that you do?
I am a digital forensics expert and a network security consultant.
What?
Network security consultant.
What does that entail?
For the past 15 years, I have served as a consultant in the network security industry, specifically in the IT markets, helping dealerships build networks, telephone systems, and helping their network security posture, as well as serving as a digital forensics expert, I have spent a lot of time learning, teaching, and instructing civilians and law enforcement in the sciences behind digital forensics and network attribution.
Does this include analysis interpretation of the digital evidence?
It does. It is the process of collecting, analyzing, and building threat reports as it pertains to evidence contained within digital devices.
So you have professional experience in digital evidence interpretation and investigation?
I do.
Can you tell me a little bit about the training you have in the area of digital forensics?
Yes. So in the industry of digital forensics, there are several software titles that we utilize on a daily basis. They are annual subscriptions for the licensing on those titles. And as a part of the renewal process, I purchased the training packages that accompany those titles from Cellbrite, Magnet Axiom, Oxygen Forensics, and Xero FTK. I also teach. I did my adjunct work at the University of Nebraska-Kearney under PhD Matt Miller, and I also am a returning guest lecturer and instructor at the Institute of World Politics in Washington, D.C., where I teach specifically in the area of network attribution and threat intelligence as it pertains to signals intelligence, social media intelligence, and open source intelligence.
So you instruct with the military?
I teach graduate students who are going to be employed by intelligence services such as CIA, NSA, and I also instruct law enforcement at the University of Nebraska-Kearney. I teach them means of correlation of data points and give them an understanding of how to build context within correlation of data.
Mr.
It's taking independent data points as it pertains to the evidence contained within devices, building timelines, and understanding how all of those data points come together to understand a full narrative of events or patterns.
Mr. Castle, have you provided any previous expert testimony?
I have. I have testified in state courts, federal courts, and military courts.
Have you ever been appointed as a special master?
I have a couple instances of which I was appointed to a district court judge. The situation surrounding that was the Attorney General's office of the state of Nebraska had received privileged information and pertains to communications between their client and the attorney. So my role was to be a custodian of the data and assist the judge in parsing out that privileged information so that the AG's office could have a comprehensive report of all of the other data contained within the device.
Have you ever been disqualified as a digital forensics expert in any court proceeding?
No.
Mr. Castle, can you tell us what digital forensic evidence, what that term means?
The science of digital forensics is the ability to collect, maintain the integrity of, and analyze artifacts in digital devices such as mobile phones, tablets, computers, servers, and cloud data sources.
Are there standard operating procedures for digital forensics?
Yes, there are industry standards as defined by organizations like the National Institute of Standards and Technologies, as well as the companies who build the digital forensics tools that we use have best practices and standards for the procedural aspects of collecting, maintaining the integrity of, and doing the analysis of the data that are contained.
Would this include the investigation and interpretation of the data?
Yes.
Do you follow these standards?
Yes.
Mr. Castle, were you retained by counsel for Todd Mullis?
I was.
And did you examine any electronic devices in this case?
I did.
How did you physically examine the data?
I was invited down to the Sheriff's Department in Delaware County to do my own independent collection of multiple devices on site there in September of 2022. And I also visited the Mullis family farm to collect some devices there as well. Specifically on the mobile devices, my assistant and I collected through multiple extraction processes those mobile devices to also include a network security recording device for cameras, which was located on the Mullis family farm, and also a satellite-based dish network TVR set-top box, and multiple laptops. I think there were 2.
What do you do first when you examine an electronic device?
Depends on the device. When it pertains to mobile devices, the first thing to do is to isolate that device from any connected network, placing it in airplane mode and making sure that Bluetooth and other similar network connectivity options are turned off, or by placing it in a Faraday cage or bag to make sure that it is unable to talk to any networks for fear of data corruption. At which point we connect those devices to the laptop or machine that we were using to extract that data and process it for further analysis. With laptops, it requires pulling the hard drives out of the laptops, connecting them to a forensic write blocker, which inhibits the ability to modify, tamper, or corrupt the data contained on that laptop, and do an image of the hard drive for further processing later. That same process is also followed with the hard drive contained within the camera security network video recorder, and as well as the set-top box from Dish Network.
Can you explain what exactly you mean by extraction?
So it is the process of collecting the data contained on the hard drive or the memory within a mobile device or laptop. There are multiple extraction methods available to a digital forensics investigator. With mobile devices specifically, there is logical, advanced logical, and physical methodologies available, both through Cellbrite and oxygen forensics. That process is similar in nature for both Android and Apple platform devices, and entails different methods of collecting that data within the device.
What software did you use for the phone?
Hi and welcome, Elizabeth Bailey. Hello and welcome, welcome. Margaret, lots of love, ma'am. We love you, honey. We love you. You're due for a good, hefty break.
An iPad extractions in this case.
Cellbrite UFED, which is a Cellbrite Universal Forensic Extraction Device. I actually licensed the title Cellbrite UFED for PC, which allows me to install that on one of my laptops, making it a little bit more mobile or portable as a solution.
Can you explain the 3 types of extractions through Cellbrite?
Yes. The logical extraction process is a simple process of extracting the data as it exists on the file system of the hard drive contained within the mobile device. That is the same for both Android and iOS platforms. The advanced logical extraction process entails both a file system extraction and on the Android platform, an ADB or Android backup process. On the Apple ecosphere platform, it would also entail an iTunes backup method. And the physical process of collecting the data is very similar to the process of a hard drive contained within a computer, and that it is a bit-by-bit copy of the data contained on the drive within the device. The physical methodology is the most comprehensive and the best method to use. However, depending upon the device, the software version running on the phone, and the software version of the software that I use to collect, it may not be available as a process.
After the extraction, did you do any analysis on the devices?
I did. I ingested the extracted information into Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, which is the software that Cellbrite produces for that process. And I also ran these devices through Magnet Axiom, which is another forensics title available to me, and a tool that is commonly utilized both by private sector and law enforcement. Using both tools gives a better and more comprehensive overview of the data, as both titles have specialties, meaning that those software companies have spent their resources and money on specific areas of analysis and have special or unique abilities within that software title. As an example, Cellbrite spends a lot of their research and development time finding ways to circumvent encryption processes utilized by cell phone companies, where Magnet Axiom has spent a lot of time developing ways and means to process the SQL-like databases and JSON files that make up the data constructed within a mobile device. So using both tools gives a very comprehensive overview of the data contained.
You mentioned some other electronic devices. Did you do extractions for those as well?
I did.
What software did you use?
For creating the disk image of the network video recorder for the camera security system and the Dish Network set-top box, I used FTK Imager to produce an EO1 format of the disk image. And for the analysis of the network video recorder for the camera security system, I used the same software title that the law enforcement used, which was DME DVR Forensics. It was the same title that the law enforcement in this matter used for their analysis.
Did you generate a report on your analysis?
I generated a couple of different reports. I will be specific of those. A general report of my findings overall was authored, and then I also created individual extraction reports of the data contained within the different devices that I had an opportunity to do analysis on.
I would like to show the witness what has been marked as Exhibit 272. Is it on your screen?
I do.
Do you recognize this?
This is a current copy of my Circulum Vitae, noting my professional experience, training, presentations I've done, and some of my work history, ma'am.
And you mentioned this is up to date, so there's no additions?
No, I believe this is the most current version.
And can you scroll down to page 4? And what is this, Mr. Castle?
This is the first page of the report that I authored of my findings overall for this matter.
Does the CV and report, over general report, fairly and accurate present your work and experience in this matter?
It does.
Your Honor, the applicant offers Exhibit 272.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Beyond what has been referenced, this exhibit also contains an affidavit. The report and affidavit are hearsay, and in addition to that, the report contains what this witness, essentially credibility findings of this witness speaking about other witnesses that have testified in this case. His credibility determinations and his opinions about the truthfulness of other witnesses is inadmissible, and the report should be excluded for that reason and because it is hearsay.
Would you like to respond?
Your Honor, this goes to what happened in the underlying trial as well as the evidence that was presented, and it is a full explanation of Mr. Castle's experience and his analysis of the data that he extracted and analyzed. It's about the weight and not the admissibility of the evidence.
272 will be admitted. However, the court will not consider the affidavit portion of that exhibit or give any weight to any credibility determinations made of other individuals if they're referenced throughout the report. Certainly to the extent that counsel is utilizing the report in any questioning of the witness, I would ask that you avoid any of those portions, please. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you review any depositions or trial testimony in this case?
I did.
And who would that have been of?
The testimony and trial transcripts of former Deputy Travis Hemiseth and the DCI agent, Mr. Trebet.
Your Honor, I see the witness is reading from the screen. Is he reading from the report?
He is, and I can put it up on the TV if that's helpful. Maybe.
Did you also review the testimony and deposition of Ward Crowley?
I did.
Nicole, you can take down the exhibit. Did you receive and review the extraction and digital discovery evidence from Mr. Mullis's criminal trial?
I did.
Mr. Castle, did you review the iPad that belonged to the Mullis family?
I did.
What browser was used on this iPad?
Primarily the Safari web browser.
On this particular device, did the Safari web browser default to Google searches?
The Safari web browser had the Google search engine as its default search engine.
Did you review Mr. Hemseth's testimony regarding the iPad?
I did.
And do you recall that his testimony about the search history on the iPad was falling off?
I do recall that portion of his testimony.
Was this correct?
No.
And why is that?
I'm going to object. This is going into credibility determinations. He can testify about his own findings and whether the court can determine if they are consistent with the underlying trial testimony.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
This is not a credibility issue. This is about the actual issues and what was actually on the iPad and the evidence that should have been presented at Mr. Mullis's trial.
Yeah, I agree. Objections overruled.
Hey, Chrissy.
Do you
Good
remember the
morning.
question, sir?
Could you restate it, please?
Yes, just you were about to explain the search history of the iPad falling off.
Yes. Upon visual inspection of the device, there would be a list of most recent searches that a user had done on the device. But upon the extraction and analysis of the data contained within the iPad, it reveals a longer history or a more comprehensive understanding of all the searches that were conducted on the device.
Can you explain what it would mean for searches to be falling off?
Visual inspection of the device, when tapping in the Google search area, it would show the most recent searches conducted by a user of the device. And that would be a short list, just simply because the screen is only so long and it would only represent those most recent searches that were conducted. But that does not inhibit or restrict the memory of the device or the number of searches that were actually conducted on the device itself. That would be revealed upon the extraction and analysis of the data itself.
So the evidence would still, or the search history would still be available?
In two different locations, one on the device and also as a part of the subpoena offered to Google for the comprehensive search history.
Were you able to determine when the iPad was first activated?
I believe I recall that in August of 2017, the first user activity demonstrated on the device was a connectivity to a wireless network, representing the first viable activity recognized on the device in its activation time period.
Is there a way to determine how the iPad accesses the internet?
Yes, the Apple Ecosphere keeps a fairly comprehensive system log that demonstrates the network traffic that leaves or arrives on the device via its network interfaces. Those network interfaces being the WWAN interface, which would be the cellular radio on the device, or the Wi-Fi radio interface for standard Wi-Fi network connectivity.
Can you have a cellular data plan on an iPad?
There are a couple different models of iPad. One of those models does contain a radio that is capable of 3G, 4G, and now more modern 5G cellular data transmissions.
Are you aware if the Mullis family iPad had a cellular data plan?
It had a radio that was capable of cellular network traffic. The time frame in which it had a data plan attached to it was determined later.
Okay, I would like to show the witness what has been marked as Exhibit 256. Mr. Castle, based on your experience in this field, is this a document that you would normally see?
Yes.
And do you often see activation plans in your work?
As a part of network threat attribution, one has to correlate multiple data points, one of those being subscriber data to gain an understanding of the traffic that may have arrived on a device, the IP addresses associated with that traffic, and the data plans connected to them. Yes.
Your Honor, the exhibit is being displayed. This was an issue yesterday as well, where exhibits are being displayed where they haven't been admitted. Thank you.
Did you use this document to reach your opinion on whether the cellular data was activated?
It was one of the data points that I used, yes.
Counsel, and I guess I would just say, I mean, with regard to the displaying of the exhibits, again, this isn't a jury trial, and so it doesn't really matter to that end. Normally, we wouldn't want them displayed because a jury would be seeing them, but to the extent the court is the fact finder, that isn't a concern in terms of what's being seen. Obviously, we have spectators and the media viewing, so there is that, but it isn't those spectators or the media that will be the fact finder in this case. So just want to note that for the record.
And thank you, Your Honor. The one reason I point that out specifically is some of the exhibits that have been filed have unredacted personal information, social security numbers, minors' names. So if it's up before I have a chance to open the exhibit, it's difficult for me to determine.
Well, yeah, and the issue of redacting information is certainly different. There shouldn't have been anything filed with unredacted information. I think there's only been one exhibit that we've talked about that needed to be filed at a higher security level. So that is something that should be brought to my attention. So thank you for that. All right, go ahead, Ms. Steenson. Sorry for the interruption.
That's okay, thank you, Your Honor. Does this appear to be an activation plan from U.S. Cellular?
Yes.
Is the phone number the phone number listed, the one associated with the Mullis family iPad?
Yes, it correlates to the telephone number represented in the Cellbrite extraction report.
And what day was this plan activated?
I believe it was October 12th of 2018.
Your Honor, the applicant offers Exhibit 256.
Any objection?
Based on prior agreements with counsel that we will not require U.S. Cellular to come in and lay foundation, I have no objection.
256 is admitted.
Mr. Castle, do you know when when planting is generally is?
Objection. This is the foundation.
Sustained.
Were there email accounts connected to the iPad?
Yes.
Is there evidence on the iPad that links to Todd Mullis 76 Google account?
Yes.
Is there evidence on the iPad that links to Mullis RN Gmail account?
I'm sorry.
I'll withdraw.
Okay.
That second part of the question?
Yes. Is there evidence on the iPad that links to the Mullis RN Google account?
Yes, there are artifact evidence of both accounts on the device.
And is there evidence on the iPad that links the Amy Lynn 5810 Google account?
I did not find any artifacts or evidence of that account being linked.
Mr. Castle, you mentioned earlier that you reviewed the cell phones in this case. Did you analyze Todd Mullis's phone?
I did.
And what type of phone was this?
It was an LG older style flip phone.
During the course of your review of the digital forensic evidence, did you review Todd's U.S. Cellular records?
I did.
I would like to show the witness what has been previously marked as Exhibit 373. Can you tell me what this document is?
It appears to be a phone record of a device in a billing period noted. This appears to be the phone records for Todd Mullis's phone.
Are the last 4 digits of Todd's phone number 1114?
Yes, as represented in the document.
Are these the records that you received from the state?
Yes.
The applicant offers Exhibit 373.
Any objection?
Your Honor, the only objection I have, as was stated in our preliminary objections, is there is highlighting added by Mr. Mullis's counsel on the first page of the exhibit. But beyond that, and agreement consistent with our prior agreement about the U.S. Cellular, I have no other objection beyond that.
373 is admitted with the understanding that the highlighting, I guess, was not original to the document.
Yes, Your Honor, and I believe there has been another version filed without the highlighting in it.
Okay, thank you.
During your, and you can take this down. During the course of review of the digital forensic evidence, did you review law enforcement's extraction of Todd's phone?
I did.
I would like to show what has been marked as Exhibit 353. What is this, Mr. Castle?
And this is a page that was a part of the extraction report of the phone, Todd's phone specifically.
And how is it that you recognize this?
First, it notates the extraction report and the model number of the device up at the top. And it was also labeled Todd's phone. And as far as the data contained within the report, it represents some sent and received communications.
The applicant offers Exhibit 353.
Any objection to 353?
Minimally, Your Honor, there's some handwriting on it. If additional foundations relate, just the handwriting where it says Todd's phone, etc.
Ms. Steenson?
Yes, I believe that this. Yes. Did this. Did this come from defense counsel's file?
It did. That's not my handwriting specifically on the phone that as far as the notes on it. I recognize the report as a result of the model number of the device and the communications on it.
But this is what you received?
Yes. Minus the handwriting.
Does that address your objection, counsel?
I'm fine with it being admitted, Your Honor.
Right. Again, 353 will be admitted with the understanding that the handwriting, I guess, is not relevant necessarily to the exhibit.
Mr. Castle, did you analyze Mrs. Mullis's phone?
I did.
And what type of phone was that?
It was a smartphone with a larger screen, a more modern device.
Are the last 4 digits of the phone number 5675?
I believe so, yes.
Did this phone have access to the internet?
It did, which was in contrary to Mr. Mullis's phone, which the flip phone had internet capabilities, but there was no artifacts or evidence of any internet usage. Where on Ms. Mullis's phone, it did have a web browser that represented artifacts and evidence of web history to include social media.
Would this also included Facebook?
Yes.
So you indicated that there had been internet searches on the phone?
On Ms. Mullis's phone, yes.
Was there any email accounts connected to Mrs.
There were
Mullis's
multiple
phone?
accounts.
Is there evidence on the phone that links to Mullis RN Google account?
Yes,
Mullis RN Google account?
yes, there was.
Is there evidence on the phone that links to Amy Lynn 5810 Google account?
Yes,
Is there evidence on the phone that links to Todd Mullis 76 Google account?
yes.
Was there a recovery number on the Todd Mullis 76 Google account?
There was.
Can we get foundation for what this recovery number?
The objection is overruled. The answer will remain in the record. Go ahead, Ms. Steenson.
Thank you. Can you tell me what a recovery number is for a Google account?
When setting up a Google account, Google wants a phone number that can be utilized to recover the account in the event of a forgotten password or a security breach, so that they can validate the identity of the user, so that they can have some means of validation that the end user is who they say they are, have the ability to then get back into the account in the event of its lock or password forgotten scenarios.
So you would be able to reset a password for a Google account through a recovery phone number?
Yes, or offer it as a means of two-factor authentication.
So you mentioned that there was a recovery number linked to the Todd Mullis 76 Google account. Whose number was that?
It was the number associated with Ms. Mullis's phone.
Briefly on the Mullis RN Google account, did you review the search history from this Google account?
I reviewed the search history both on the device and as a part of the subpoena reply from Google.
Did you notice that the Google account included searches about cabins?
I did.
Over the course of your analysis in the forensic digital evidence of this case, did you review Mrs. Mullis's U.S. cellular phone records?
I did.
I would like to show the witness what has been previously marked as Exhibit 374. Mr. Castle, what is this?
This is a representative of some cellular communications and the telephone number associated with Ms. Mullis's phone.
And is this what you received from the state's discovery?
Yes.
I would like to admit Exhibit 374.
Any objection to 374?
No objection, just however, if we can clarify for the record that it's being received from the state through Mr. Mullis's counsel, but otherwise no objection.
374 is admitted with that clarification.
Mr. Castle, did you analyze Tristan Mullis's phone?
I did.
What type of phone was this?
It was also a smartphone with a larger screen or display and had internet capability and connectivity.
Were the last four digits of the phone number 1864?
I believe that to be correct, yes.
Were there internet searches on this phone?
There were multiple internet searches on the device.
And what types of searches were these?
There were searches for PC games, mobile device games, several multimedia searches, and searches for very specifically military sniper style games.
And what other types of searches were there?
There was some, under the multimedia category, there was some searches for some adult related content.
And what type of online games did you find?
World of Warships and other similar combat style online games.
And when you say adult content, what is it that you mean?
Specifically pornography.
And were there searches for snipers?
Yes, it was one of the games that was searched for.
Did you create extraction reports of Amy and Todd's text messages?
Yes, I created an extraction report both from Todd's phone and from Ms. Mullis's phone as pertaining to the communications between those two parties.
I would like to show the witness what has been marked as Exhibit 307. Mr. Castle, what is this?
This is an extraction report of specifically SMS communications between Todd and another part of it, I believe it Miss Mullis's phone, or Miss Mullis's messages.
And did you do this extraction report?
I believe so. The cover page is missing. That would give more detail, but from my recollection, yes, this is a report that I generated of the data extracted from the phones.
And besides the missing cover page, is this a fair and accurate representation of the data you extracted?
Yes.
I would like to admit Exhibit 307 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. I think more foundation needs to be laid about how this exhibit was created. It's been portrayed as communications and text messages between the two, but after, I believe, page 20 on my version of the exhibit that I was given, there's pictures, Facebook posts, all sorts of different things that I don't think were mentioned by the witness.
I think I heard the witness say they were SMS communications, so maybe we could have some further explanation, Ms. Steenson.
While you were analyzing Amy Mullis's phone, you had mentioned that she had Facebook on her phone. Did you analyze her Facebook account?
I did. And the reports that I generated of those devices may have contained more information than just the SMS or communications between the parties. It may have included other artifact evidence that was contained within the device for review by defense counsel.
Do you see these, yeah, can you tell, what page is this? Starting on page 19, can you tell us what these are?
These would appear to be social media posts or the pages represented on their social media containing images and communications or posts on those media accounts.
And is this from Amy Mullis's Facebook account?
If she was slow, so I can validate the, yes, this would be from the Facebook account for Ms. Mullis.
Is Exhibit 307 a fair and accurate representation of the SMS extraction you did and also the Facebook post from Amy Mullis's Facebook page?
Yes, this would be an extraction report of her device containing those items.
Your Honor, I would like to renew my request to admit Exhibit 307.
Any objection at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. May I briefly, while you're the witness,
You may.
clarify this? Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Castle.
Good morning, sir.
Up on your screen, do you have the Facebook messages there? Can you look at the bottom of one of those pages in the bottom right? Can you tell me what you see there?
Counsel, I think you'd probably have to identify a specific page, and then we'll have to have,
I'm looking at page 19. In the bottom right corner, it shows a page number. Do you see that? Once she gets there.
Yes.
And what does it say?
It has a page number of a total number of pages noted there at the bottom.
And I believe it states page 877 of 1,453. Is that what you see?
That is correct.
And this total document appears to be 46 pages, including the SMS messages. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So there is not 1,453 pages from Facebook in this document?
In this document, it would appear to be an excerpt or a extraction of specific pages within that more comprehensive report, yes.
And then if you can scroll just to, can you see the top of that page, the very top line on that, on page 19?
Which line specifically are you wanting me to look at?
So right by the e-filing stamp, is the top of that consistent with something that would be printed off Facebook, or is that something that would be consistent with coming from a Celebrite or similar type of extraction?
Can you scroll down just a little bit so I see the bottom of the page? This would appear to be part of a print of a Facebook page. This specific page, not part of the Celebrite extraction report.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would object on foundation, completeness, and relevance. These two mesh of documents are unrelated. I don't understand this exhibit.
Yeah, I guess, counsel, do you want to respond to that? It's certainly the way that the exhibit is labeled, and I guess my understanding of what the witness did, it would appear that the first 18 pages make sense. I understand how those were obtained and where they came from. The remaining portion of the exhibit does seem to be cherry-picked pages from Facebook. Can you clarify that, please?
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
So, Mr. Castle, you mentioned that you did an analysis on Mrs. Mullis's phone that included that she had a Facebook account. Is that right?
Correct.
And is it possible to download information from Facebook?
It is.
And how would that work?
There are multiple ways to acquire that data, primarily for the purposes of integrity. Facebook offers a process of a Facebook download in which they pull all the data from their multiple servers that contain account information, posts, messages, those types of things, and combine it within a single zip file that has a report of all that data the user may have posted or communicated via their social media. Secondarily, there are ways to scrape or pull individual posts and pages from Facebook from a computer. This is a couple of different processes that could have been utilized to acquire the information.
Is a portion of your report these Facebook extracts? Starting at page 19.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already testified that this is not from his extraction. These are prints from Facebook. And I'm going to add an objection under 403 that the exhibit in its current form is misleading because the page numbers continually jump around.
This exhibit does contain a portion of the Silbar report that I created.
Okay,
So
I apologize, sir, yeah. I mean, I guess I heard the witness say that these appeared to be pages that were printed from Facebook. It certainly does appear to be incomplete if we look at the page numbers at the bottom. So we're really dancing around that issue. So the objection sustained for now.
Your Honor, I would like to offer pages 1 through 18 of what has been marked as Exhibit 307 into evidence, which represents the extraction of SMS phone records.
Any objection to that portion of 307?
Yes, Your Honor, only because this gets back to my original objection with the exhibit, that I believe additional foundation for how because I believe the witness said this is coming from two different phones, so I believe additional foundation of how the messages were combined would be beneficial.
Ms. Steenson, would you like to lay some additional foundation specifically with regard to the, I guess, combining of the information from the two phones for purposes of creating the summary on the first 18 pages of 307?
Yes, of course, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Castle, can you explain how you created this extraction report?
If I'm allowed to look at the previous 18 pages, I can validate. Okay. This Cellbrite extraction report here specifically is from Ms. Mullis's phone, and is not a compilation of multiple devices. The first 18 pages are just the extraction report of Ms. Mullis's phone, and the communications between her and Todd.
I would like to remit or renew my request to admit Exhibit 307, pages 1 through 18.
Mr. Bakke?
No objection on that portion, thank you.
The first 18 pages of 307 are admitted.
Mr. Castle, did you create an extraction report of Mrs. Mullis and Jerry Frazier's emails?
I created a report of the communications between those two parties, yes.
I would like to show the witness what has been marked as Exhibit 308. What is this, Mr. Castle?
It is an extraction report representing emails between the two accounts noted in the second column, Amy Lynn 510@gmail.com and Jerry Frasher 70@gmail.com.
What time period do these cover?
It appears to be November of 2018. Is there multiple pages to this document or just a single page?
Mr. Castle, can you tell us how you created this extraction?
So for this report, I chose the email communications category within the Cellbrite application. I extracted that data specifically into this baser document.
And is this the fair and accurate representation of the report that you created of the emails between Mrs. Mullis and Jerry Frazier?
As they existed on the device, specifically, yes.
I would like to request to admit Exhibit 308.
Yes, Your Honor. This was also raised in our preliminary objections. Many of these email communications, example beginning at page 3, states that the item was truncated due to length. I don't believe foundation has been laid as to that truncation of the emails. Additionally, it states that it contains body files. Those are hyperlinks that don't go to anything. So the messages appear to be incomplete.
Ms. Steenson, would you like to address those concerns, please?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Castle, can you go to page 3 of this report, please? Can you tell me what it means to have this what truncate means?
When generating the report, due to the volume of the data contained within that specific communications, it leaves the final portion of that communication off as a function of generating this report. The source data that the information was derived from is complete and in totality. This report just simply pulls the rest of the data out of it. This is more a representation of that the communications between these two parties happened, and this is a overview or summary of the initial communication between the two parties.
Your Honor, I would like to renew my request to admit Exhibit 308.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do object. I'm going to object on 403 that in its current form, the emails, the truncated version of the emails are misleading, especially with the full content not being available for consideration. Thank you.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
You may.
The state has all of this data. This is just for, this goes to the weight, not the admissibility. We are asking for, this is just an example of it reflects what was sent between, but the state has all the underlying data, and if they want to cross Mr. Castle on this, they are willing to.
Counsel, do you agree that you have all of the underlying data that was used to create this report?
Yes, Your Honor, it's likely in the terabyte of information or approximately terabyte of information that I've received. I don't believe it's a discovery issue. It's that the fact finder here is only getting partial. So I think if there's any specific email that needs to be referenced, it would be more appropriate for that full email to be admitted, not truncated partial summaries.
Certainly. I do think it goes to the weight to be given this particular exhibit, if any. 308 will be admitted.
Mr. Castle, can you tell me what UTC is?
It's Coordinated Universal Time Code. It is a universal accepted standard for establishing a uniform way of maintaining a timestamp globally.
Is this standard in digital forensics?
It is standard in network communications as well as digital forensics, a way of establishing a baseline timekeeping methodology.
What time zone is Iowa?
Iowa is in the Central Standard Time Zone, or CDT, Central Daylight Savings Time Zone, depending upon the time of year that it is.
What is UTC time in Central Standard Time?
It is minus 6 hours from the UTC time code.
And does UTC time change with daylight savings?
UTC remains unchanged. However, the offset for Central Standard Time is adjusted by the hour.
When it is midnight in UTC, what time is it in Iowa?
Non-daylight savings time, it would be 6 p.m.
Is it typical for extractions to be in UTC time?
That's how the data contained within a mobile device is represented, is in UTC time code stamping. It is an option within the software titles to make that calculation or adjustment for Central Time or daylight savings time accordingly.
So there has to be a conversion from whatever uniform standard time is used?
Correct.
And the reviewer would have to convert to Central Standard Time or Iowa time or the relevant time zone?
The machine will automatically adjust those time code stamps accordingly, making it less prone to mistake or calculation by the end user or the analyst.
Did you review Mr. Hemes's testimony regarding UTC?
I did.
Was he correct that UTC is military time?
No.
Was he correct that UTC is Central Standard Time?
Central Standard Time is a time zone based on an offset of UTC. So no, that would not appear to be correct.
So the times and dates that Mr. Hemeseth testified to would be wrong?
Unless the offset was checked against the time code within the report, it would appear to be incorrect.
Mr. Castle, did you review the Dish Network DVR system?
I did.
And did you do an extraction of this electronic device?
I did.
And this is the system from the Mullis home?
It is. The satellite TV set-top box was the device I retrieved and created a disk image of to do analysis on. I extracted specifically some log files from that device to do analysis on.
Based on your extraction, could you determine what programs were watched and stored on the system?
There are 2 log files specifically that will help an analyst understand both the listings that were available to be watched on the device and also the shows or movies that were recorded and or watched by the end users.
Can you give me some examples?
Yeah, there were a number of Arnold Schwarzenegger titles that were viewed, recorded, and watched by the end users, and a number of History Channel shows to include Ancient Aliens, some presidential history documentaries, and a number of military-style historical documentaries.
Can you provide an example of some of the shows?
Counsel, would you like to narrow your question?
Yes, Your Honor. Was there evidence of Sniper Into the Kill Zone show from the Discovery Channel on the DVR system?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Can you give an example of a Discovery Channel show that you saw on the DVR system?
Objection, relevance, and foundation.
Overruled.
I believe that there were a couple of log files extracted from the device that would represent the shows that were watched and recorded on the device. And if I could reference those log files, I would be able to better assist you in knowing all of those shows.
I would like to show the witness what has been previously marked as Exhibit 369. Can you tell me what this is?
This is a catalog.back file from the satellite set-top box, which is a file that could be used to determine what shows the user watched, recorded, or viewed on the device. It is a list of those shows and programming.
And can you go to page 15, please? And can you tell me what this is?
The daily schedule log is a log file that represents the guide. When you hit the guide button on the remote, this would show you the shows that are available to be watched or recorded on the device.
And how is it that you recognize these files?
They're documented on the Dish Network website as to gaining the understanding of what those files represent.
Is this an accurate representation of the information you extracted from the Dish DVR device?
It is.
And just for the record to be clear, this would be a portion of the extraction you did on the DVR system?
Yes, it is very specifically 2 files contained within the hard drive of that device.
So if there is a show or something listed on the log file, what does that represent? What does that tell us?
It was a show that was available to be viewed on the device as far as programming that was available at that time. And a good way to correlate it would be to compare it to another document that would be representative of the shows available to be watched, such as a TV guide or a newspaper listing of TV shows available.
And I would like to request to admit Exhibit 369 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to object on relevance and foundation. The witness has already testified that this is only a portion of the extraction. Additionally, this file is comprised of, I'll say computer language instead of gobbledygook. So I don't see the relevance or how this will aid the court.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
You may.
Your Honor, the state has underlying data for this extraction. This is just a portion of the extraction is quite large, and it goes to weight and not admissibility. This will go into explaining later on the digital, correlating with the digital evidence that was presented at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial.
Do I understand correctly that this is just a listing of shows that were available through Dish to be watched? I mean, not necessarily shows that were watched, correct?
There's two files here, and one of them is, as you say, it's a list of files that could be watched. The first portion of this report were the shows that were actually watched or recorded by the device.
And how do I tell that by looking at this exhibit?
So at the top of the page of this particular exhibit that we have open, where it says daily log, that is the file, the shows that could be watched, like the guide part of it. The first part of this file, which was
Can you go to page 1?
the .back file, which comprises of pages 1 through the catalog.back up at the top right there that you see indicates the shows that were recorded or watched, and that comprises of pages 1 through
Your Honor, while he's looking, I'm going to add an objection on calls for speculation because I don't see anything in this that indicates when or if these were actually watched.
Well, I mean, that's my next question, is the date. I don't remember that there was a specific date provided.
there's the end of the back file right there. So everything preceding that daily log file portion of this report were the shows that were watched or recorded. To correlate the date of the actual viewing of those shows, the TV guide listing for the time period of these shows in question would represent those timestamps.
Okay, well, the next problem we have is I'm looking at what is page 14 of this exhibit of the document that was uploaded, which does not appear to be the same page 14.
Thank you, shards of words. I appreciate that. Thanks for the Cash App, ma'am. Or the super chat. Don't worry about that. I appreciate it. Sometimes Nightbot gets stingy and posts that same cup of coffee Cash App thing like twice back to back within like 5 or 10 minutes of each other. I don't do that. It's automated, but sometimes it gets a little stingy. But thank you so much. Let me give you some sparkle. Let me give you some sparkle. We love sparkle. I love it. Thank you so much. Speaking of coffee, I'm going to have to get another cup. But, kiddos, math class starts in 4 minutes. Let me see real quick how much time we have before they go to, well, they actually go to a break right now. So, looks like we have a little bit of time, quite a bit of time before lunch. But I will jump out of the well, I mean, I'll keep the stream will continue going. But what I'm saying is, I'm going to mute myself, turn my mic off, and then I'm going to turn the volume way down low on the computer so that her math class doesn't hear a murder trial. That wouldn't be good. No. So, I will be back at my computer in about 25-ish minutes. 25 to 30 minutes. I'll be on my phone though, so if y'all need me, I'll be in the not checkout, in the chat. So, anyway, this is a boring testimony right now. They need to pick it up. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. All right. They're literally getting ready to go on a break. So I'm going to scooch on past the 15-minute break and then resume it. So I'll see you guys back in just a few minutes. Coffee. Yes, ma'am.
Of what I'm seeing maybe on the screen. So let's go ahead and take our morning break at this time and see if we can try to sort this out. We'll plan on coming back at about 10:25. Thank you.
This file represents
System. Testimony today that mentioned that
Your oath. Thank you. Please be seated. Go ahead and have a seat. All right, Mr. Castle, I'll just remind you that you remain under oath. And Ms. Sneedson, I think we'll pick up maybe with some foundation questions with regard to Exhibit 369.
yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed when you're ready.
Mr. Castle, in pages 1 through 14 of this document, you mentioned that this is the catalog.back files. Can you, are these is it your testimony today that these are the shows that were recorded and watched on the DVR system?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
This file represents content that was viewed, recorded, or watched even in part by the end users on this device.
Are you able to determine the timing that these shows were recorded and or watched?
With this document alone, and no.
How can you determine that?
Using correlation and aligning it with the TV Guide schedule at the time.
And is this something that you typically do in your line of work?
Yes, using multiple data sources to gain an understanding of context and timeframes is important to understanding the scope of the whole thing, yes.
Mr. Castle, do you know what dates your extraction data covered?
Based on this document, it does not show the specific date range. I happen to know from the TV Guide stuff what it may have covered, but this document does not show that.
When you extracted from this DVR, did you extract all the data from the DVR system?
Yes, it was a comprehensive collection of all the data represented on the hard drive, and these log files represent that.
Do you recall what date you collected this data?
Without referencing the forensic image I created of the hard drive, the forensic image of the hard drive I created, I would have a hard time recalling that.
What year would you have done this?
2022.
And so the data included on the DVR system would be from whenever the service plan would have started to when you extracted the data?
I do not know what the log file's start date is. I just know when I collected the data. I don't know when the family chose to decommission or stop using this particular set-top box.
We'll come back to this issue. Did the state do an extraction on the dished DVR system?
I don't believe so. I believe they only received what the forensic image of the hard drive contained and the data from me and reciprocal discovery.
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Castle, during your analysis of the dish DVR system, did you look for History Channel TV guides?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this time under as relevance in 403 that this is a waste of time because, for example, this document from the DVR says the Andy Griffith Show. If this witness is truly going to say that he can identify which specific iteration of the Andy Griffith Show was watched or recorded or whatever show it is, that there was no reruns at any point other than what could conveniently line up with their theory of the case, this is speculative and this isn't worth the court's time in the state's opinion.
Well, counsel, did you wish to respond?
Yes, Your Honor. This is providing contextual information about what was going on in the Mullis home and also provides corroborating evidence regarding the Google searches that were presented at Mr. Mullis's trial. The state at trial presented these searches without any corroborating forensic digital evidence, and we are now able to do so, which relates to the ineffective assistance of counsel claims in this instant PCR.
I mean, as it stands, I don't have any information about the dates that would correlate to this information, so I'm having a really hard time connecting it to anything that could be considered relevant, at least without that information. So, you know, again, if there's some further foundation that you can lay to tie that in some way, you certainly may do so.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, I will just move on for the moment.
Go ahead.
You can take your time. Mr. Castle, based on your knowledge and experience, have you done examination in internet browser-based searches?
Yes.
What is the difference between a browser and a search engine?
A search engine is a program that is built by a content provider that will index and catalog web pages and the data contained on those web pages on the internet. A web browser is a program that is used to view the web pages on the internet specifically.
What would be an example of a search engine?
Google, Yahoo, Bing, web crawler, Excite are all web-based search engines.
What is the example of a browser?
A browser would be Google Chrome, Chromium, Mozilla Firefox, Apple's Safari, or formerly Microsoft's Internet Explorer.
Let's talk specifically about Google. If you were signed into a Google account on a certain browser, does Google track your searches?
It is an option that the user can elect for Google to maintain a comprehensive list of the searches that were conducted in that browser session, and is not necessarily device specific.
And is this typical?
It is.
Can you explain the difference between a device and an account?
A device is a physical piece of compute hardware, such as a tablet or phone or laptop. An account would be the user profile of the individual signing into that device. There can be multiple devices, there can be multiple accounts tied to devices, and synchronization options chosen therein.
What happens if a Google account is logged in on multiple devices?
There will be evidence artifacts of searches across multiple devices represented in the data that Google catalogs. And in the subpoena reply from Google, it will reflect multiple searches conducted on those devices.
Could two people be searching on two different devices on the same Google account?
Yes.
Would this all be saved in the search history for the account?
Yes.
So Google search history is not device specific?
It can be device specific, but it also can be tied to the user account tied to the device as well. So,
And the objection's overruled, the answer will remain in the record.
So if I understand you correctly, just because it is on a Google search history doesn't mean a certain device searched it?
I'm going to ask you to be a little bit more specific.
So if I had this phone signed into my Google account, and Tara's iPad was signed into my Google account, and I searched on my phone, could the search appear on Tara's iPad?
Yes, based on user synchronization options, absolutely.
Can you explain the difference between a search and web history?
A search is an end user typing a query of word or phrase into the search engine, asking for results. A web history artifact or evidence would be the visiting of a web page or the following of a link from those search results.
Did you review Mr. Hemesath's testimony regarding Todd Mullis' 76 Google account?
I did.
Do you recall him saying that there was no evidence of Todd Mullis' 76 Google account on Mrs. Mullis' cell phone?
I recall that.
Was that accurate?
No.
Were there indicators that Todd Mullis' 76 Google account was tied to or connected to multiple devices?
Yes.
And which devices were those?
The iPad and Ms. Mullis' phone.
Did you review the Google searches obtained from Todd Mullis 76 Google account that were obtained by the state in the underlying trial?
I did.
Mr. Castle, are you aware that Todd's children took a hunter safety course?
I am.
Objection, foundation.
Overruled. The answer will remain in the record.
I would like to show the witness what has been previously marked as Exhibit 306. And just for ease of reference, this has been made into a demonstrative exhibit M that has been provided to the state. This is M, sorry. Mr. Castle, what is this?
It is a media document containing information regarding hunter safety.
Did you review this over the course of your investigation into the Google searches?
It was one of the documents used as correlation to understand the searches that were conducted across multiple devices.
And are you familiar with this handbook and how it relates to the Google searches found on Todd Mullis' 76 Google account?
I'm going to object that on relevance, foundation, and speculation, there's been no foundation that this document specifically was used or read by anyone or when, and where this line of questioning is going is the exact same as the DVR.
Would you like to respond, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. This document will show that the Google searches are exactly verbatim for what this hunter safety course purports in there and with the internet searches. And the trial counsel could have found this document and should have known that Todd's children had taken the hunter safety course and would have had access to this information.
Okay, and maybe that's true, but again, as far as foundation for how this witness would know how anything about this would correlate with what he did is maybe unclear at this point. So if you'd like to lay some additional foundation, you can certainly do that.
Mr. Castle, did you review Exhibit 306?
This document.
This document, yes.
I did. During the course of the investigation into the Google searches that were conducted across multiple devices, I noted a pattern that was curious in regards to they all seem to be related to outdoor shooting activities and firearm safety. Upon further research, I discovered that there was the pattern lined up with maybe an open book test or some type of exam as it regards to the hunter safety course.
And did you review the trial testimony of Mr. Hemesath regarding this series of searches?
There seemed to be some question as to the specificity of the searches being of a violent nature, and to gain a better understanding of the pattern there, I wanted to see what came about. It revealed itself to be a series of searches regarding firearm safety and very specifically.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is speculation and foundation once again. This witness has not established that any particular person in the Mullis family or anywhere else has actually reviewed this document, and it's speculative.
Well, I guess I'm not sure how the witness got this information or what his investigation revealed or where he got this particular guide from. The witness can continue his answer.
Your Honor, in the course of the investigation, when I noticed that the searches conducted on multiple devices, the laptop, the phone, and the tablet, reflected a pattern of firearm safety, specifically, and hunting. There was a timeline that emerged that demonstrated an evening of study in regards to firearm safety and hunter safety.
Your Honor, I would like to also note for the record that the state previously indicated that they would not be objecting to foundation or authentication or identification of this particular document.
And while that is true in our preliminary objections, the court did subsequently grant good cause to the state to be excused from the foundational requirements pre-trial. And however that may be, we don't object to the foundation in that we don't need someone to come in and authenticate this document comes from whatever magazine it's from. That doesn't mean this witness has not laid the foundation for how he is aware of this exhibit or how it pertains to this case.
May I ask the witness a few follow-up questions?
You certainly may. I think he had finished his previous answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is this document the official study guide for the Iowa DNR hunter safety course?
Objection, foundation, leading, speculation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I would like to enter Exhibit 306 into evidence.
Mr. Bakke?
Again, we do not object to the foundation that this is, in fact, a magazine. I would object on relevance to this case, as no relevance has been laid.
And again, on the relevance point, I still don't have any information necessarily about specific timeframes. Where this came from, I agree. I'm not seeing the relevance yet. It just hasn't been demonstrated by the evidence. If you'd like to continue to lay some foundation, you certainly can. It will not be admitted at this time.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, the court may not have reviewed this yet, and I completely understand there's a lot of documents, but there is in the record for this PCR case, in the deposition of TPEM, it does indicate that hunter safety courses were taken and completed. It includes certificates that proves that TPEM and Tristan took these courses and were certified. Additionally, this is the hunter safety course. It is not a magazine. It is this the study guide for this hunter safety course that the DNR utilizes. And TPEM's deposition has been admitted into evidence.
And I understand that, and I have reviewed that, and I am aware of that, and I don't think that that's the basis of Mr. Baki's objection. I think his point is that that information hasn't been tied to this witness. I mean, is that fair, Mr. Baki?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We certainly do not dispute that some hunter safety something was completed at some point, but it's the connection between the two.
Your Honor, may I be heard briefly?
Sure.
Mr. Hemsteth's testimony at trial has specific searches, a series of searches that indicate this, that are related to the hunter safety course, and they have a specific date tied to them as they are from the Google subpoena, and so they have the actual date of the search. The certificates that also are in evidence that of the hunter safety course shows just a little bit later. There's also additional Google searches that correspond with the field day searches, which includes the follow-up to the online tests that TPEM was taking on the day the Google searches, and this is provided in her testimony, but Mr. Castle had access to the Google searches. He had access to Mr. Hems's testimony regarding the Google searches and his own experience on using correlative data to understand the evidence, and what trial counsel should have done at trial, with Todd indicating that his children had taken these.
So I think Mr. Baki's point, Ms. Steenson, is essentially that all of the factual assertions that you just made in your argument just need to be asked in the form of a question to the witness so that we can get that into the record. If I'm understanding his objection correctly?
Yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
and I would additionally note, it just was pointed out to me that this document is also copyrighted in 2022, which, if I understand correctly, is after this trial.
So are you objecting to,
It just plays into the relevance objection, Your Honor.
well, and so maybe this document being used as a demonstrative rather than an exhibit, and I guess I'm a little bit confused about how you're intending it to be used. You referred to it both as Exhibit 306 and also Demonstrative M. So we'll maybe need to clarify that at some point too, but I guess maybe you want to address that as well, Ms. Steenson. So,
Just to clarify the record for the point that you had just asked, this is, the hunter safety course is what has been previously marked as Exhibit 306. The demonstrative has certain pages from the guide included with the Google searches just for ease of reference, so it is not, we're not jumping from exhibit to exhibit, so it is just to make that exam hopefully a little bit more streamlined, Your Honor.
okay, I understand. Those are two different things.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Back then to the issue maybe of some additional foundation for this exhibit. Did you wish to follow up on that?
Yes, I would, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Mr. Castle, did you review Mr. Hemseth's testimony regarding the Google searches on Todd Mullis 76 Google account?
Not only did I review his testimony and transcript, but I also had opportunity to review the subpoena reply from Google regarding the searches conducted across multiple devices.
Did you review, based on Mr. Hemseth's testimony, the searches that were testified to in August of 2018?
I did.
And did those searches stand out to you?
Yes. The subject matter contained within those searches was interesting and curious in the means that it was discussing firearm safety, and that some of the searches conducted also referenced the hunter safety guide, specifically the taking of an online test.
Have you personally taken a hunter safety course?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
In the state of Nebraska, I did complete and take the hunter safety guide, the courseware, and took the test so I could become a hunter in my state. That's what gave me the understanding that some of these searches were relevant to that particular topic.
Your Honor, I'm going to lay an additional objection at this time that I'm unclear of what the scope of this expert is at this point. I believe he testified that he's a digital forensic expert, a network security consultant, and I believe he was only certified for those purposes, and now it appears that he's trying to be certified as a hunter safety expert and some sort of sociologist on what the inner workings of the Mullis family, what they're watching on TV, what they're Googling, and why, and it far exceeds the scope of this expert's background in digital forensics.
Your Honor, may I be heard briefly?
You may.
Mr. Castle has demonstrated that in addition to being a digital forensic examiner with extracting data and analyzing the evidence, he also uses other evidence to examine such evidence for interpretation and showing how correlates and causes, how you can interpret the data. The data used at trial was solely these searches, and was very misleading without this other information surrounding these searches. And that is what Mr. Castle does as his occupation, and he is very well qualified to provide information about what these searches mean with the corroborating evidence.
And briefly, the state likewise believes this testimony is very misleading in that this digital forensic expert is attempting to connect dots far beyond the scope of the foundation that has been laid and beyond the scope of his expertise.
Certainly the court does not consider Mr. Castle to be an expert in hunter safety. Even if he was, that is not an issue that is relevant in any way to this trial. I think we are getting off track and making this issue way more complicated than it needs to be. Certainly the witness can testify about the commonly accepted practices within his area of expertise used to verify data that he extracts from devices or to interpret the data that he extracts from devices. That's where our focus needs to be, I think. And the court's not going to consider him an expert for anything beyond the areas that he is in fact an expert. So, Ms. Steenson, if you would like to ask another question, you may go ahead and do so.
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to show the witness what has been previously admitted as Exhibit 270, and I would like to show page 3. This exhibit?
It's waiting for the signal to come up on the screen. is still not being displayed yet.
Okay.
I'm not sure, did you switch devices or?
Erica, can you turn on the TV? It's been admitted. Well, just so we can see what the connectivity issue is potentially.
And Your Honor, we just discussed, since this is admitted, we're fine with this being to help us all see.
Okay, 270, sure.
I also have a paper copy I can just bring up to the witness if that's all right.
That's fine if you'd like, sure. I'm not sure why it's not popping up on the screen. Did you switch devices or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Castle, can you flip to page 3 of this exhibit?
Okay.
Do you see a series of searches that are dated August 7th of 2018 UTC?
At the bottom of the page, yes.
And then this continues up to searches that begin on August 9th, 2018 UTC?
Yes.
And just for the clarity of the record, do the searches go sequentially from the bottom of the page to the top of the page?
Yes.
The search dated August 9th of 2018 at 17:38 UTC. Can you tell me what that search is?
What fraction of firearm incidents occur in the home?
And based on your knowledge and understanding of UTC time, and your knowledge of what time would this search actually have been conducted in Iowa time?
So it's in the time denoted in UTC is in military time or a 24-hour time period. So it's not denoted in a 12-hour time period. So it's 17:38:25 seconds. So if you subtract at this time, in August would have been daylight savings time, so 5-hour offset. So it would have been 12:38:25 seconds. Would have been the time UTC according to that entry in this document.
And what would that be in Iowa time?
I'm sorry, in 12-hour, I just gave it to you. The minus 5 hours is 12:38:25.
Okay, thank you.
That's the UTC time code stamp. The adjusted for 12-hour period would have been, it doesn't, sorry, 1,700 hours minus 5, 12 hours, 38 Central Standard Time, daylight savings time adjusted.
Is there a search just a few moments later?
Which one specifically are you asking for?
The one just right above.
Search for examples of elbow carry of a firearm.
And what is the next search that occurs?
The search for checking for an obstruction in your firearm.
And what time was that search done?
17:43.
And now I believe that the exhibit is on the screen. Do these searches continue through August 9th, 2018 at 2021-42 UTC.
They do. And as you can see from the not only just searched but visited web pages, there are references, multiple references to different states' hunter safety guides.
What indicated specifically in these searches to you that they were connected?
The time frame in which the sites were searched and the subject matter visited subsequently. So there would be a search for a topic surrounding firearms or hunter safety, and then there would be a web page visited pertaining specifically to hunter's education.
Can you look at the Google history, same page, August 9th, 2018 at 17:44:16 UTC. Can you tell me what that website that was visited is?
Done with math class. Yay!
You said 17 what?
17:44:16 UTC.
Visited Quizlet.com, hunter safety quiz, flashcards.
And the visited site right above that, can you tell me what that is?
You want me to two times, or not one, not two times, 1.25 it?
.com/Washington/study guide, loading and unloading steps of a firearm.
And a few searches up at 17:48:52, can you tell me what that Google history is?
I'm going to object that this exhibit speaks for itself. This was admitted, I believe, as Exhibit 105A at the underlying trial, according to the sticker on the front page. The court can certainly read every search and visited site if it so chooses. The jury would have had this to the Google searches to review for themselves. I just believe under 403 this is a waste of time in the state's opinion.
Your Honor, may be heard briefly.
I'll allow the applicant to make whatever record they think is necessary. If you want to continue, Ms. Steenson, you may, so the objection is overruled.
And do these searches based on your, and this Google history based on your knowledge, experience, and education indicate that they're for a hunter safety course, people searching for answers to potential questions?
Objections beyond the expert's scope. The exhibit speaks for itself.
Overruled.
Yes. The searches and subsequent visits to websites would reflect, as far as pertains to digital forensics artifacts and evidence, the viewing and searching for subject matter pertaining to hunter's education and a test therein.
So just for the record, do you find this correlative nature of the searches, starting with the first search we mentioned on August 9th, 2018 at 17:38 UTC, what fraction of firearm incidents occurred in the home, that it's related to the search of elbow carry of firearm?
I'm going to object to leading.
Overruled.
Okay, I'll go ahead and put it on 1.25. I'll put it on 1.25. How much more of it do we have? This is at like 1:32. Okay, they're going to be going on lunch here momentarily, so okay, let me 1.25 it. See if that works.
The searches as reflected in this document show a pattern of a given subject surrounding firearm safety, then a visit to a web page very specifically having to do with hunter's education and firearm safety.
Can you look at the search dated and timestamps August 9th, 2018, 17:51:53 UTC, and can you tell me what that one says?
It was a search for actions to take if one falls into cold water.
And can you tell me what the next search history is for that search?
It very specifically referenced the search of what action to take when one falls into cold water. There was a visited website directly after that search on boat education, what to do in falling into cold water treatments as a result of that search.
So your expert opinion, is it your expert opinion that the searches from August 9th, 17:38:25 UTC through August 9th, 2018, 20, 21, 49 are all searches that relate to hunter safety course?
Objection. The foundation hasn't been laid for how these all connect in relevance.
Overruled.
Chronologically, in time, they show a pattern very plainly of a search for a topic, and the topic had been visited of a web page that directly correlate to firearm safety, hunter's education, and survival of outdoors. The web history and searches reflect that pattern. The correlation of that data seems fairly straightforward with the evidence of these searches and web history visits.
I would like to talk about Mrs. Mullis' cell phone for a moment. Based on your review of digital forensic evidence, do you know that Mrs. Mullis created her Amy Mullis 5810 account on July 19th, 2018?
There appeared to be a new account created on Ms. Mullis' phone, as reflected by the web history, and as well as some unique dialer codes reflected in her call log.
And is it your understanding that she used this email address to solely communicate with Jerry Frazier?
Objection, foundation, relevance, speculation.
I would like to show the witness what has been previously admitted as exhibit, I believe 308.
Did you wish to withdraw the question or respond to the objection first?
I would like to place the foundation if that's
Okay, go ahead.
Let me pull up exhibit 308. And can you scroll to the last page? Does this exhibit show the communication between Amy Mullis and Jerry Frazier?
This document shows a number of email threads as communicated by the amylin5810@gmail.com and an email account of Jerry Frazier 70@gmail.com. 70@gmail.com. And again, as prosecution counsel mentioned, these items are
I
trucated.
don't believe this is responsive to a pending question.
Let's have a new question, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on your extraction and analysis of Mrs. Mullis's phone and her email records, did Mrs. Mullis email anyone else using the Amy Lynn 5810 Google account?
Objection, there's not a foundation laid that this is every email ever sent. This is an extraction of a device, I believe, not an extraction of the Gmail account itself, unless I misunderstood.
I guess I understood it maybe the same way. Do you want to clarify that, please, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Castle, did you analyze Mrs. Mullis's cell phone?
I did.
Did you analyze her email address, Amy Lynn 5810 Google account?
As the artifacts or evidence was represented on her phone, yes.
Did you receive a subpoena response from the state's discovery on the underlying criminal trial of the Amy Mullis email account?
I did.
based on your analysis of all the evidence and all the data related to the Amy Lynn 5810 Gmail account and the phone records of Amy Mullis, were you able to determine that Amy Mullis had only emailed Jerry Frazier through this email address?
I'm going to object on speculation. Although I understand that that's all the data he saw, I think it's too far to say that conclusively is all the data that exists.
Your Honor, may I be heard briefly?
Objections overruled. The witness can answer if he is able.
Based on my recollection, yes, this Gmail account created by Ms. Mullis on her device was the primary modes of communication between herself and the account of Jerry Frazier 70 at gmail.com.
Do you recall a search regarding checking the content of text messages on the phone?
I do recall that search.
I would like to publish what has been already admitted Exhibit 270 on page 7, which is the Google searches.
You may. The witness has just asked for some water. Maybe if someone wants to grab it, you might grab that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Page 5. Are you able to see the exhibit?
I am now.
Okay, so for the record, this is Exhibit 270, page 5. Is there a search on July 21st, 2018 at 1:43:39 UTC?
Yes, I see that entry. That entry reflects a search for checking content of text messages on a phone.
And was this search conducted in UTC time?
That is what the document reflects.
And what would that be in Iowa time?
Sorry. The 143:39 is the one, so it would be 8. 8 a.m., I would believe.
And this would have been on July 20th, 2018 at 8:43 p.m.
Sorry. No, I believe it would be 8 a.m. If all this is in 24-hour time period stamps, then that would reflect a 1 p.m. UTC time code stamp, or minus 5 hours, 8:43 a.m. time period stamp. If these are all reflected in 24-hour time clock designation.
So this is 1:43 a.m. UTC, so minus 6 hours would be 8:43 p.m., is that right?
Yes, I apologize for that mistake. That would be correct.
And this would have been done on the preceding day of July 20th, 2018, instead of July 21st, 2018?
And to correct my mistake, the 24-hour time period designation would have been in 1,300 hours for a 1 p.m. time frame, so I apologize for that mistake. Yes, that is correct.
Was there any information in the phone records you examined that corroborated this, correlated with this search?
I'm going to jump on the foundation on that. This appears to be speculative.
I'm sorry. What appears to be speculative specifically?
I guess I'll withdraw the objection and see where it goes.
Okay. Do you remember the question, sir?
She was asking me if this search correlated with an evidence artifact on the phone records for this device as well.
And you may answer that question.
Yes, it did correlate to an interesting record on the as an entry on the phone record. Specifically, as a very short phone number that was an incoming artifact.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Mr. Castle, did you review other Google searches connected to other Google accounts, such as Mullis RN Google account?
In my review of all this data, I had opportunity to review the subpoena returns for multiple Gmail accounts. And it was all taken into consideration in building my conclusions and understanding of these events, yes.
And were there similar searches on this Mullis RN at Gmail account to the search presented in Exhibit 270?
Yes.
I'm going to object, that's vague and overly broad. This is 270 is 12 pages of, I don't want to characterize a number on it, but it's a lot of searches.
Can you ask a more specific question, please, counsel?
Yes. Based on the search we just mentioned about checking the content of text messages on the phone, were there similar searches on the Mullis RN Google account that you saw during your analysis and examination of the forensic digital evidence in this case?
As previously stated, there were multiple accounts tied to Ms. Mullis's phone. The Mullis RN account and the Amy Mullis 5810 account being tied to the device. There were parallel searches that were conducted with these accounts tied to the device. So yes, there was overlap of the searches as conducted on this device.
Your Honor. Yes. This is, as you can tell from the people sitting at this table, we're having a little bit of a technical problem pulling the exhibits that we need for this witness. And that is obviously the fault of the attorneys, but we're having a little bit of a technical problem doing that. And I don't want to waste the court's time, and I don't want to waste the witness's time. And I'm wondering if it'd be possible for us to possibly take an earlier lunch so that we can get these exhibits pulled, so that we can move through this, so that we can move expeditiously, which I think is our goal, Your Honor.
Certainly, if you think that's the best way to use our time, we can do that. It is about 11:30 now. Are you thinking you'd want to break until 1, or should we come back a little earlier?
I think one would make sense, Your Honor.
Okay, let's take our lunch break. We'll plan on resuming at 1 p.m. Thank you. Sit down, yes.
Oh, well, you know what? If they're going to resume at 1, that would be 2, which is in 5 more minutes. So I don't think we need to take a lunch break today. Yay. We should be able to just zoom on through. Nice. There's the flirty attorney. The flirty attorney. Flirty attorney. Oh my goodness. I don't know what to think of this one, y'all. Stretch break. Hi, Tracy Eisen. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. That prosecutor standing up right there, he looks like a baby. Literally, he looks like he's 12 years old. He is smart, yeah. I like him much better than the comb-over dude. The comb-over dude is, oh my God, that man grates on my nerves. Hope everyone's doing good today. Yep, I'm doing good, doing good, doing good. How are you? The flirty one is the defense attorney that's sitting back there in the back with the shorter hair, with the black jacket. We're playing. She was super kind of weird, though, with that sheriff that was on the stand yesterday. It was really weird. She just kept smiling awkwardly at him and would like push her hair behind her ears and like, I don't know. It was very, very strange. Very strange. Right, Michelle. She flirted with the sheriff, but was different with the different witness. Like, I didn't see her act like that with anybody else other than the sheriff. It was just really weird. Hmm. Kel said, for me, it just all comes back to how there are less holes in her jacket than there are in her body. How would that ever happen if someone was hitting you with the corn fork? Yeah. I keep going back to that too. And um I know Shards of Words said earlier, how do you fall on a rake, stand up and then fall on it again? So the I don't know, the way that the geeky, what do you call those people? Um Maybe Tracy. Tracy said maybe they're close. Close. Maybe. Law kink. Hmm. Yeah, she was a bio engineer and super smart when it comes to like all the geeky sciency things. And she made a lot of sense to me. Her testimony, yes, Patricia, the mock up of the injury was brutal. It was yesterday. That was pretty brutal. But like I said then, it was much easier seeing that than if we would have actually seen the actual, you know what I mean? Real thing. But I don't know, just the way that she talked about it, the way she her theory of how it happened makes sense to me, especially considering there were only 3 holes in the jacket. You know, it really, and I can see how in the positions that she was talking about, um, oh, absolutely, Michelle. Michelle said, I think watching the original trial may change your minds. And you're probably very right. Like, I have not seen the original trial, I've only seen this. And, um, so Tracy, what they're doing here is he was originally convicted, okay, of murdering his wife with the corn rake. Back in the incident occurred in 2018. He was convicted by a jury for her murder in 2019. There he is right now in his jail garb. But what's going on now, currently, what we're watching, is apparently he's ran out of appeals. And what they've done this past week is they're calling it a post-conviction relief request, and they're having what they call a civil bench trial. So there's no jury. The defense is saying that they have evidence that can prove his innocence, which is what they've been doing on the stand the last few days. The first day was a no-go for me. I mean, that was just useless information to me. But every day since then has been pretty good.
Thank you. Please be seated.
And so basically what will happen at the end of this is the judge will determine whether the information seems credible enough to warrant him having a new murder trial with a new jury and a new judge and, all that. So, um, that's what this is all about. Shards of Words says you don't try to stand after a hard fall or injury, you just don't. Well, and see, that's what she was saying, though. She was saying that it wasn't like it's really hard for me to explain what her version of events is that she stumbled, fell backwards on the rake, and it was on the ground, and she kind of couldn't stand up because her butt was on the handle because the handle's long, and if the rake part is down here, in your back, and you go to stand up, you can't stand up because you got this big 3 foot long handle or however long it is, and so she said what she thinks happened is she's tried to like lean over on her elbow to one side or the other and grab at it with like down towards her butt where she could get a good grip on the handle, and just the act of like leaning over to one side or the other would have pulled a couple of those tines out while the other two deeper ones would have remained in her body. And then her arm comes back out from underneath of her and she gets moving and slips and falls, and then the tines that came out were re-entered her body, but they weren't nearly as deep as the first ones, just the way she talked about it, the way she and the thing is too, if you think that he like swung it, hits her with it, pulls it out, swings again, she's going to have more than 3 holes in her jacket. And there were only 3 holes in her jacket. So the way that would make sense is it goes in, the tines go in, and when she rolls over, it's still hanging around in her clothing. The tine part, the fork parts are still between her skin and the jacket, and she slips again. By slipping, I don't mean she's even on her feet. I think she's probably still laying down, maybe on her elbow. And when she falls back again, those tines re-enter, but they never exited her jacket. They never came out of her jacket and then back into the jacket. See what I'm saying? I know that's a long way around it, but I'm trying to put a visual. To me, it makes sense. Michelle says he still has no emotion. She might have panicked, especially knowing that it could be a while before anyone found her. Possibly, I just don't see it, and I watched the trial. Yeah, see, I haven't. I really want to watch the original trial. For sure. And like I said, I may completely. No, they didn't go into the same holes. The two tines stayed in the same hole because they were deeper. So if you think about it, if you fall like this and then you go to roll over, these two are going to come out of your back, but these two are still in there. You see what I'm saying? And then you fall again, and then you land back on those 2 tines, causing, more holes. but the two deeper ones still remain in there. That's the way she kind of mentioned how it happened. Um, More taxpayer money after all appeals were unsuccessful. I'm not holding my breath that this will work. It probably won't, but I don't know. She was more trying to roll onto her side to remove the rake and fell back onto it again. Exactly. Uh, Michelle says, I don't think he necessarily swung and he could have shoved her onto it. She struggles to get out and he pushes her back onto it again. I mean, that could make sense too if he, if the rake, no matter what, still couldn't have came out all the way out and then back in again through that jacket because there were only the 3 holes. No worries, Latanya. I know. This has been a crazy one, man. 3 holes in the jacket, 6 holes in her. Kel said, true, Michelle, but it would have taken over 200 pounds of force, and a man of his size would have only been able to use 120 pounds of force. Mm. Still say if a mom can lift a car off her child, he could shove this in her back. Well, I'm not even. I. That's pretty accurate. Truthfully, I was up in the air a lot of the trial, but eventually leaned towards guilty. Are we mathematicians? I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a mathematician, not yet anyway. I'll tell you what, kiddo, she loves math. She does not enjoy reading as much as she does her math. Um, I want to, Michelle. I want to, but I think that it's going to be unless I can find, um, like day 1, day 2, day 3. Um, I'm not sure. I've looked for them and I haven't found like the whole days. I think they've broken them down into individual videos with individual testimonies. So I would have to make like a playlist of them to be able to share in order. You know what I mean? Did I hear that he was doing CPR in a truck and their son was looking out for EMS? If so, has the child testified or given a statement? He did, yes. Shards of words, yes. Son testified in the original trial. Um, yeah, Kel, that was according to the testimony. What she said earlier about the pounds and how much force, that was according to the testimony yesterday regarding the amount of force needed to push it into her. I looked, Michelle. They do, but it's broken down into testimonies, kind of like the, um, yeah. I'll keep digging though, and maybe I've overlooked it, but um, Shard says didn't watch yesterday. Boyfriend was leaving town, so spent the day with him. Apologies if it felt like I was dogging on you, Kel. Oh no, a third time's a charm. Yeah, that's what she always says. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh, really? And that didn't line up to get him off. Interesting. I don't know. I haven't seen anything on the case other than what we've watched this week. Not seen anything on it. Mm-mm. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Let's go.
You're fine. Okay, we'll go back on the record. Mr. Kessel, you can return to the stand. I would just remind you that you remain under oath. Oh, sorry.
Your Honor, just more of a scheduling thing.
Okay.
I just mentioned this to Mr. Mullis's attorneys, but my understanding is there are two witnesses who have arrived in the courthouse who are here under subpoena, both from the Des Moines area. I just want to make sure that we accommodate them if possible.
Okay.
Let me see. Michelle says the 48 hours would be cool if you're able to play it. I would just look it up. Let me see. Wait. The 48 hours would be cool if you're able to play it. So, like I was saying, I would just probably search it because in order for me to play it, I would have to give like a lot of commentary, and I don't want to risk them. Like some of those networks, they don't play when it comes to playing their content. So, like I was one time before you ever made it over to our community, Michelle. Man, I was playing some skits of SNL, and they like took it down in real time, my video. Like it just went poof. And I was like, ruh-roh raggy. But we were doing it for funsies one day. We were just having like a hangout and chat day. And all of a sudden, and then we were like, let's play some SNL skits, some the old timey ones, right? And yeah, I was like, whoa, they don't play. Absolutely copyright infringement, yeah. And then I would have probably only, like, just to try to play it safe, would have to use, like, bits and parts of it, not even the whole thing, It's different with these trials because they're public and nobody has an actual copyright on it. You know what I mean? So Farley, you're right. In a van, he lives in a van down by the river. Yep. Yep. Good stuff.
I guess, counsel, what are your thoughts about then how we spend our afternoon?
We feel the same, Your Honor. Our goal is to finish this witness expeditiously and move on.
All right, we'll plan on that. Ms. Steenson, you may pick up with your questions whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Castle, we were talking before break about the creation of Amy Lynn 5810 Google account. This was the Amy Mullis Google account that was only on her phone and not on the family iPad.
That is correct.
And from your testimony earlier this morning, this was the later created of the two Google accounts that you associated with Mrs. Mullis.
Her device, yes.
Do you know when that Amy Lynn 5810 Google account was created?
Without referencing the exhibit that contained that artifact, I don't recall off the top of my head.
With looking at the metadata TXT.
Thank you, Shards of Words. She said thank you to the mods, by the way. Yeah, I have the most incredible moderators over here. I love my mods. They're the best of the best, and I love them. Except for that Margaret. She happens to fall under appliances. She gets lost. She never gets her shoes on the right feet. I don't know about that one, but I mean, we love our Margaret. I'm hoping she's listening and comes in saying, "What? What?" We like to give her a hard time. Shows up late to math class. I know, right, Michelle? Jeez. I don't know what. Falls asleep and zaps people, right, Miss King? She does do that. That's truth. That's truth. She falls asleep and rolls over on her phones, and the next thing you know, she's deleted people from the stream. Oh my lord, banned them, blocks them. Yeah, you gotta watch that Margaret, man.
File from the extraction of Amy Mullis's cell phone, refresh your memory
Yes.
about? Okay, yeah, can you just show that?
Do those guys need to?
Yeah, I'll show it. I'll show council what we are, opposing council we're planning on. I would like you to just read this to yourself.
Thank you.
Okay, you can remove it. Did that refresh your memory about the creation of Amy Mullis's Gmail account?
Yes.
And what was the date of that?
July of 2018.
Oh God, right, Tracy?
And what was do you have the exact date?
19th.
Thank you. So July 19th of 2018?
That's correct.
Did you review or extract data from a phone connected to Mrs. Mullis's phone with the last four digits 5678?
Yes.
And
It's 5675.
5675, I apologize. I misstated that. The last four digits 5675.
I believe that was the number associated with that other device, yes.
And do you recall when the data on the phone started?
I don't.
Would it refresh your memory to look at a copy of the extraction
Yes.
data? Okay. Just one moment. I will have to bring this up to him. Yes. So.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Mr. Castle, when was the first, earliest call on this phone?
July.
What was the date?
I believe it was the 14th, if I remember looking at that. Was it July 14th, 2018?
Can I
Sorry,
approach the witness again to refresh?
Certainly.
I apologize. It was July 22nd.
Does that mean that there was no data on her phone prior to that date in 2018?
No, there was data on the phone.
But no, what data would be available on the phone then?
The artifacts represent the activation of the device and the new call log beginning
So the call from, was there, what data then was missing before July 22nd, 2018?
Sorry, I'm having a hard time following your question. You're asking me, first of all, when this number started being used, as it was tied to which device specifically?
The cell phone that you extracted.
Okay. And
Let me re-ask the question. Based on the cell phone that you extracted for Amy Mullis, and your testimony today was that the earliest call on the phone was from July 22nd, what does this indicate to you?
the possibility of a factory reset.
Did you receive and review Google search history from a subpoena to Google showing Google searches associated with the Mullis RN Google account?
I did.
And did any of those searches search for the term related to the recovery of a phone?
It did.
And what does it mean to recover a phone?
The end user chooses to possibly reset the phone back to its default configuration due to troubleshooting steps or obfuscation of data contained on the device.
Is that some type? Can you tell me what you mean by that?
So troubleshooting, meaning that the end user was possibly experiencing some problems or issues with the device. And at the instruction of the carrier, they may have reset the device to solve those problems, because a factory reset will put the software in a default configuration, which will eliminate a lot of problems. Or secondly, the obfuscation of data, meaning that they reset their phone to hide something.
The search you saw from the Mullis RN Google account relating to the recovery of an LG phone, do you remember when that search was from?
I believe it was in the July timeframe.
Do you know the specific date?
I thought it was around a couple days previous to the reset.
Would it refresh your memory to review the metadata files from the search of the extraction data of the Mullis RN account?
Yes.
Okay, I will show opposing counsel. May I approach?
May.
If you could review this for me, Mr. Counsel, starting right there.
So this entry here, the entry right above it. So on.
Okay, just a minute, just review it.
Okay.
Do you have an independent recollection based on your review of that?
Yes, there was a search on the 20th of July, and then again earlier that day on the 22nd.
I would like to publish what has been previously admitted as Exhibit 374, page 55, which is Amy Mullis's U.S. cellular phone records. Do you see this?
Yes, I can see the phone records.
Approximately what dates does this specific page cover?
From the 19th through the 26th of July,
In what year?
2018.
And this is, just for clarity of the record, this is page 55. That's fine, you can keep going. Does,
Sorry, page 55 of the exhibit.
well, I'll just represent to the court that this is page 55 of the document of Exhibit 374. Does this phone record on this page show SMS activities associated with Ms. Mullis's phone?
Yes, it shows both SMS and MMS messages.
And can you tell me what that means?
SMS is signal messaging service for plain text messages received or sent from the device, and MMS is multimedia messages sent or received from the device.
Looking at this particular page, there is an SMS number that is shorter in length. Can you like that? Can you tell me the date and time of that entry?
Yes, it's 3:04 p.m. on 7/22/2018.
And can you tell me what a short SMS code is?
It's typically used by carriers or subscribers to do a couple of things. One, either an advertising blast that would be received via SMS, or possibly a two-factor authentication code sent to a device for authentication purposes.
So this potential re-authentication or of a Google account was at the same day as a search on the Google, the Mullis RN Google account about recovering a phone?
Yes.
Did you review Mr. Castle, do you have experience with obtaining and interpreting cell tower location data?
I do.
Can you tell me a little bit about that experience?
Yes. In multiple cases that I have either offered affidavit or testified in, I have received subscriber intelligence data as it pertains to call data records, per call measurement data, and other similar type signals information that allows me to triangulate and locate the handset of a given subscriber.
Can you explain in general terms what cell tower location data is?
Yes. There are several spreadsheets that are created as a result of the subpoena to the carrier, Verizon or AT&T, that are given to the government in response. That data contains multiple items that are used to build triangulation and mapping of the handset. Those are the geolocations of the cell towers themselves, and the pointed direction of the antenna on that cell tower. They are in a 120-degree grids, which would make a 360-degree grid array combined. And then with the called data records as applied to the communications coming off of the device, whether they be SMS calls or MMS, those signals are used to triangulate the location of the handset in relation to the cell tower at the time of that communication. That's as it pertains to called data records. Now, per call measurement data, which is a specific carrier term, is a measurement that is taken. Radio frequency travels at the speed of light, which is a determinate variable, and can be used to triangulate handsets. It is a more accurate measure of where a handset may be than called data records, as it is a radio frequency transmission communication between the handset and the tower itself. This information is more accurate simply because that measurement is taken periodically as the handset moves. As a general rule, mobile cellular handsets do not necessarily talk to the tower that is closest to it. It talks to the tower that has the best signal strength. So that has to be determined. That's determined by this measurement of the radio frequency and its signal strength in relation to the handset and the tower itself.
So just to put it in a little more simpler terms, can the cell tower location data help an expert determine the location a cell phone was at the time it was in use?
Yes.
Were you, did you review phone records of Jerry Frazier?
I did.
And where did you get this information?
I received it as a part of the data I got from the government.
And what did you receive originally?
Originally, I received only a few pages or excerpts from these documents that would typically be turned over by the carrier.
I would like to show what has been previously marked as Exhibit 298. Mr. Castle, what is this?
This is a part of those batch of documents that I referred to that will be received from the carrier. This specifically talks about the geolocation of the cell tower and the direction that the gridded array would be facing. Correct.
And this was provided to you originally in 2022?
Yes.
You can take that down. I would like to show what has been previously marked as Exhibit 299. Can you tell me what this is?
Again, this is an excerpt of what would have been a total data dump from the carrier containing data as it pertains to, as I stated earlier, the called data records of the CDR and the SMS communications coming off of a handset.
And this is what, this also was previously, this was originally provided to you in 2022?
Yes.
Based on your analysis done with these two documents that I just showed you, what did you find?
My conclusions were incomplete because these documents are incomplete. I did not have all of the data necessary to do a proper triangulation or mapping of the handset in question.
Did you have, was there any data on November 10th of 2018?
No.
Did you ever review any other documents regarding Jerry Frazier?
At a later date, I was ultimately provided with all of the call data records and necessary information to build a more comprehensive mapping of the data, but this was after I had authored my original report.
Would these documents, these that you were presented later, potentially change your opinion about whether it was possible to determine the location of Jerry Frazier's cell phone on November 10th, 2018?
If the data was not reflected for that date in particular, no, it would have not aided me in producing a location of the handset for that particular day. It did aid me in understanding where the handset may have been on all days previous to that.
I would like to publish what has been already admitted as Exhibit 271, page 11. Can you highlight that just like? Here at the date of July 2nd, 2018, what is primarily being searched here?
The subject matter surrounding Ohana tattoos.
And were you aware of any communication regarding Ohana tattoos in the digital evidence that you reviewed?
Yes, there was a conversation in the communications between Ms. Mullis and another party surrounding her getting one of these Ohana tattoos.
I would like to publish what has been previously admitted as Exhibit 262. Page 1. And looking at the top of, can you tell us what this document purports to be?
It appears to be the communications between Ms. Mullis and another party.
And at the And can we scroll to page 7? Can you tell us what the date of this text message is?
This document would seem to reflect that the communications happened on July 2nd. It doesn't state a year in that time date stamp.
You can take it down. I would like to show the witness what has already been admitted as Exhibit 271 on page 57. Mr. Castle, you previously mentioned that you knew the iPad was activated on August of 2017. Why was this significant in your analysis?
It appeared that there were Google searches that were conducted previous to its activation.
And in looking at Exhibit 271 on page 57, can you tell us the date of the first search?
The first search that Google has record of for this account happened in March of 2017.
You can take it down. Mr. Castle, did you review the Galaxy DVR security cameras from the Mullis family farm?
I did.
And did you perform data extraction on the security camera system?
I conducted my own independent collection or extraction of the data, and then I also conducted an analysis of the data contained within that hard drive image.
Can you tell me what your analysis and conclusions were?
After the proper procedures followed for the collection of that device, I took the opportunity to extract specifically the system's log file of that DVR, which reflected the communications of the cameras with the DVR unit itself. The cameras were a wireless connection to the DVR and reflected a number of disconnections over a period of time.
I want to break this down just a little bit. Did the system record any footage from October 29th, 2018 to November 11th, 2018?
I did not appear to have made a record of any recordings for that time period.
Could you determine whether any video footage was deleted during that time frame?
Yes, I was able to determine by doing analysis on the file system that there were no video files written for that time period, so there would not have been any files deleted for that time period.
And can you remind me what program you used for this extraction and analysis?
I used FTK Imager to create the hard drive image, and I used DME's DVR Forensics, the same title the government used.
So this was the same program that was used by the state?
Yes.
Was there any activity on the camera at all between October 29th, 2018 and November 11th, 2018?
The log files reflect that there were a disconnect of the cameras from the unit itself.
Why would a security system stop recording?
Objection calls for speculation and foundation.
Overruled.
The log files represent a connect and disconnect of the cameras, which again were a wireless connection to the base unit. And this connection and disconnection of the cameras to the base unit would be an explanation as to why there was no footage recorded at the time.
Did you learn through your review of the materials where the camera DVR system was located?
I learned from the materials, and also in September of 2022 when I visited the Mullis family farm to retrieve a number of these devices I had opportunity to do extraction on. I did a site survey to determine what building and office the base DVR unit was located in relation to the cameras that were on the hog barns independently.
And what was significant about having this knowledge?
It gave me a physical awareness of where the cameras were at in relation to the base unit itself.
So how did this impact your analysis and conclusions?
It was a further correlation that demonstrated the accuracy of the log files and their reflection that the cameras had disconnected from the base unit.
Did you review Mr. Hemeseth's testimony regarding the camera system footage?
I did.
Did he testify that he could not tell whether the camera did or did not record?
Objection, the transcript to the score itself.
Overruled.
Yes, I do recall that. He may have not had opportunity to look at the log files that I did.
Was his statements true?
Objection, this is improper opinion testimony.
Overruled.
It would appear that they did not have all the data necessary to make that conclusion.
Is your conclusion based on the data that you extracted?
It is.
And this is also the same data extracted by the state?
They had access to the data. I don't know whether or not they extracted or did analysis on that data.
But they had access to the system log to come to the conclusion that there was no data on the phones.
I'm not even going to lie. The judge seems very like she couldn't even be bothered. You know what I mean? She's like, overruled. Wow.
On the cameras between October 29th and November 11th?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The answer will remain in the record.
Can I have a moment?
You may.
If you were called to testify at Mr. Mullis's trial in 2019, could you have offered this opinion? All these opinions?
Had I been retained by counsel for the purposes of analysis in these matters, my findings would be as they are.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to pick up where we left off. Your testimony was that your findings would be as they are, right?
With the exception of the satellite, with the exception of the call data records and the mapping of the handset, yes.
So that means you use the existing software versions that were available at the time of the trial in 2018, and you didn't use any new versions of software, is that right?
I did have a couple of newer versions of software, but it did not reveal any additional data that I used as part of my findings.
So let's break that down a little bit. So you stated that you use several different types of software. So for example, you use Celebrite, I believe Magnet Axios, and FTK, among
Yes.
others. So we'll use Celebrite as an example. Celebrite comes out with new versions of software as time goes on, right?
Often on a quarterly basis, yes.
And
On a quarterly basis, oftentimes, yes.
thank you for clarifying that. So in those software updates, Celebrite would change how it extracts information from devices, right?
Sometimes, yes.
So for example, it might change what encryptions it can break or new versions of iOS or Android that it can extract data from.
Yes.
And that would be the same for the other types of softwares that you used?
There are often enhancements contained within updates, yes.
And as part of those updates, they're able to extract more information as, for example, Android software gets older, they can find new exploits to look at that information, right?
Yes, that is true.
And if you use a newer version of Celebrite software, just as an example, you might get new or different information than what was available in 2018 based on old versions of Celebrite. Isn't that fair?
Hey, that is fair.
I guess continuing to work our way backwards through your testimony, you finished, towards the end, you finished off by talking about the Galaxy security camera system. So essentially, you're relying on the logs to indicate that the cameras were never connected. Is that your testimony?
The cameras had disconnected for a period of time over the life of that DVR, and specifically in the time frame I was questioned about.
And you don't know why they weren't connected, right?
The log file represents that the wireless connection, as established between the main unit and the cameras, represented a disconnect.
So you don't know what caused that disconnect beyond that? Is that fair?
Oh, Margaret, ma'am, I wish you would have been here about, what, 30 minutes ago when we were raking you over the coals. I was raking you over the coals, but then the chat joined in. We had a good time on Margaret's behalf. On account of Margaret, we had a good time. I'll just say. There's that what. I figured you would have come in with that what a while ago, and you never did. She said I had to go to another building. What did I miss? We just had a really good time. With love. Patricia said, darn, I missed that. Did you miss it too? Daggone it. We had a really good time. It was back a while ago whenever I think it was Shards of Words said thank you to the moderators. Yeah. It was probably about 30 minutes ago, give or take. I don't remember. Something like that. Yeah. We had a good time. I had a real good time. Hashtag replay, says Patricia. Hashtag replay. God, this head of mine is a crazy thing right now. Approximately 25 minutes ago. Okay. Oh, Margaret said, I guess I'll be back in time then. I'll be back. Okay.
Until the physical inspection
This
of the
examination
site, that would be
is
correct.
killing me. This is reminiscent of day one, and I cannot wait for this witness to be done. I'm fixing to go back there and climb in my bed and cover up with my blanket. Oh, wait. And if any of you don't want to be timed out, blocked, or banned, make your apologies now. Well, I mean, at least you're at work and you're not laying in the bed where you could accidentally roll over and block someone. I mean, there's that. At least this time it would be on purpose.
So, for example, I guess I'll just say this. You don't know specifically what caused any disruption or disconnection of the cameras.
That's fair.
Thank you. In your report, you discuss the Galaxy camera software and the extraction done by the law enforcement officers. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm turning to that section of your report, and do you have this report in front of you by chance?
I do not. I
Okay.
don't know that it was admitted.
Just to move this along, I'll read from it and just make sure that we're on the same page. So on page 11 of your report, you state, and just tell me if this sounds wrong at the end here, according to a DCI examination synopsis report, Deputy Hemiseth attempted to access the security camera system without the proper software or extraction tools. Does that sound familiar from your report?
It does.
Do you now know that testimony or that portion of your report to be false?
Objection.
I asked if he knows.
What's the objection?
It assumes what it assumes what it is saying.
Overruled. You may answer if you can.
I am unaware from trial transcripts or the report from DCI that former Deputy Hemeseth had opportunity to review the log files as reported that I did.
In preparation for your testimony today, I believe you indicated that you reviewed Ward Crowley's report and his testimony. Is that true?
In part, yes.
In what part is it untrue?
I recall reading it. I don't recall the totality of it at the moment.
So, Tracy, I will say that she said his lawyers seem kind of lost. I'll say that this one does. This one does. This one, they need to take her lawyer card. Not really. I'm just saying that to be funny, haha. But yeah, I don't know. They've all been really good until this one. The one that's sitting beside of her, that has the really short hair and it's parted in the middle. She is the, in my opinion, the best one out of the bunch, but that we've seen. And she's pretty good. She's pretty good. But this one that they've got up there now that's asking the questions, I really feel like she's, like we were saying a while ago, maybe I don't know. Right, exactly. Maybe she's new and they're just coaching her. I guess we all have to start somewhere. I kind of get the feeling that that's what's going on, but she's going to have to get her ducks in a row. She's going to have to get her ducks in a row. Okay.
Were you aware that Ward Crowley specifically testified, which is in evidence here, that this is not what occurred?
In what aspect?
Were you aware that it was DCI Special Agent Ward Crowley who conducted this attempt of the extraction of the security?
The only thing I can think of the reason why is, you know how they always have the certain prosecutors or the certain defense attorneys will ask certain witnesses things, right? Like, you know, like the defense attorney that has the short hair with the part in the middle, she, you know, asks some witnesses things. And then the other one that we call the flirty one, she would ask other witnesses questions. So maybe she's really interested in this type of testimony, like the digital footprint kind of thing. Maybe that's her jam, but she's not doing a good job with it today. But Margaret's back. She says, let me go put my shoes on the right feet and try to stay awake and not zap people and not flunk math class. Yeah, was you stuck under the company fridge, ma'am? Oh, we love you, Margaret. We love you so much.
Security camera system at the sheriff's office and not Sheriff, then Deputy Hemeseth?
I do recall that aspect, yes.
Okay, and then your report continues on to say that I'll just read it since you don't have it in front of you. You say, DCI Agent Ward Crowley attempted to assist Deputy Hemeseth remotely while Hemeseth tried to conduct an on-site examination of this device at the sheriff's office. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
And you now know that that's not true based on the testimony and evidence here, right?
Hey, I'm sorry, which aspect of the testimony?
Well, you say in your report that Ward Crowley assisted remotely, but he testified in this proceeding that he was there in person, right?
Okay. That part of the testimony I must have overlooked. I apologize.
I'm sorry, you just testified that you reviewed his testimony, right?
In part, and I don't recall every aspect of his testimony.
That misstates his testimony. You're referencing a report here, and testimony is different than report.
Yes, you've admitted the report into evidence.
That's not necessarily what he's reviewed.
No, that's not.
And that's not his testimony today, that he's reviewed the report.
Your Honor, I think I can clear this up briefly. I'm referencing the deposition of Ward Crowley, which is admitted into evidence here. Ward Crowley specifically explained how this
The other attorney is like, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh my God, just get up, pick her up out of the seat, scoot her over, set her down, and then you, short hair parted in the middle, sit down and take the role, take the lead. This is insanity.
infraction occurred. If they want to point me to something that contradicts that, I would be happy to revise my question.
Okay, and again, I think her point was that this witness maybe wasn't present at that deposition or wouldn't have that clarification necessarily. Let's just have a new question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I understood your testimony earlier, and I just want to get clarity on this, your testimony on direct examination was that you reviewed the report and testimony, which would only be the deposition from this PCR of Ward Crowley. Is that correct?
I had an opportunity to read that deposition. I do not recall the part where he was on site to do the analysis of the log files that were extracted specifically. My report in spirit reflects the fact that the log files about the connections between the main unit and the cameras were disconnected.
And maybe I can help clarify here. Do you recall any testimony from Ward Crowley in your review where he discussed attaching the physical right blocker device to the system?
I do recall that.
Okay, so would you agree that if he was attaching a physical device to the system, he would have to be there in person?
That would make logical sense, yes.
And there was some discussion in his testimony, without getting too granular, where he referenced using a trial version of the software. Do you recall that?
I do. I also recall during the course of that interaction that there was a phone call between the two of them regarding his analysis as well, and that may have been what I was referencing when I was talking to the remote assistants.
Thank you for clarifying that. So you completed a report in this case, right? This is the general report of your findings that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Have you completed a supplemental or updated report correcting any of these discrepancies since this report?
No, I've not been asked to do so.
I briefly want to talk about your background. At the beginning of your testimony, you talked about your background into digital forensics and network security consultant. Is that right?
Yes.
And you referenced dealerships as part of your background. That specifically is car dealerships, right?
Yes, in the automotive industry.
Okay, so your CV, where it indicates that you worked for example, Sid Dillon, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Mazda, Nissan, Hyundai. That's the example of your background working at dealerships?
That's one of them, yes.
Okay, and then you worked for other car dealerships?
Yes.
You don't dispute that the Google searches that all of the Todd Mullis Gmail searches that were in evidence had to have come from some device connected to a Todd Mullis Gmail account, right?
I can rephrase.
Yes, it was poorly phrased, I'll admit that. Just for clarity, we have the Google subpoena results, right?
Correct.
You're not disputing that all of those searches came from something connected to that account, right?
Correct.
And you have no way to know who specifically is on the other side of those Google searches?
Yes, that would be correct. Attribution in its truest form and understanding the patterns of usage and searches conducted. Unless there was someone that could visually witness the searches being enacted, it would be difficult to tell who was responsible for them.
Fair enough. You had some testimony about the correct meaning of UTC time, right?
Yes.
And although you referenced Deputy Hemeset getting that wrong in his testimony, you also had difficulty converting UTC time today, right?
I did.
Just so we're clear on the issue of the dish DVR, you can't specifically say what show is watched on what day in this case, right?
By the correlation of the TV guide and the unit itself, it's still some difficulty at producing the exact date in which some of those videos were watched. You are correct.
And would it be fair to say that shows can be re-aired?
Absolutely.
You had a reference to, or I'm sorry, one follow-up on that. You also don't know who is watching the show that would be on, right?
Correct.
Thank you. If you can just clarify something for me, you referenced based on user synchronization options, the searches can show up on other devices. Can you just explain what that meant?
Yes. When you sign into, as an example, the Google Chromium or Google Chrome web browser with a Google account, you are presented with options. Those options would be to synchronize those searches and history on that account with that browser. So there is a way to opt in or opt out of that synchronization happening across those multiple platforms and devices and browsers.
And are you aware if the user synchronization options were enabled or disabled on the various devices here?
No.
You testified on direct examination that the correlation of Google searches seems pretty straightforward and obvious, or something to that effect. Does that sound right?
The correlation of the Google searches to other data points available to me as part of the investigation does outline a pattern.
So if it's straightforward and obvious, we wouldn't necessarily need an expert to tell us that part?
But I would agree with that.
You spoke about Ms. Mullis's phone possibly being reset, but you don't have any firsthand knowledge of why the phone was reset, right? In other words, you weren't personally there to know why?
Correct.
And because I believe you testified that it could have been for a variety of different reasons, right?
Correct.
So you can't say definitively why it was reset without speculating, fair?
The analysis of the web history and searches happening up until the point of that reset would offer some insights into the possibilities.
You also testified about your experience working with cell phone records, extractions, location data, that type of thing, right?
Yes, I did.
And you described for us what SMS and MMS messaging is.
Yes.
Would it be correct in saying that SMS actually means short message service?
It's another acronym that's synonymous with the messaging style, yes.
Looking at the VOLTE records for Mr. Frasher, would it be fair to say that there would be a tower code in the column of those documents?
Without looking at it again, I'd have to refresh my recollection.
I can try to do that. Give me one moment. I guess I'll speak generally without getting specific. Would it be generally true that documents would, or excuse me, that CDR records might have a column that indicate what tower was being connected to?
Oh, absolutely.
And based on that tower code, would you agree that anyone, if they know what website to go to, could figure out where that tower is with some effort?
As far as like just putting the latitude and longitude coordinates into a browser to determine its location?
Going the other direction, is it possible to take that, say for example, just a hypothetical here, that we know someone connected to a U.S. cellular tower and we have a tower identifier, is that something someone can take and figure out where that tower is?
It depends on the public records release of the carrier for those locations.
Is it possible?
In this random number generator of a universe we live in, anything's possible, sir.
Fair enough. I want to direct your attentions. You discussed doing, in addition to your general report, you did reports of various extractions of devices, right?
I did create reports of specific communications or data points out of some of the devices I did extractions on, yes.
And one of those reports that you did, I believe you titled New Conversation or New Convo Report. Does that sound familiar?
It does.
And would that be in reference to Mr. Mullis's cell phone?
Without referencing the document itself, I'm not recalling specifically which communications those are referencing.
And I can attempt to plug this in here so you can take a look at it, and this will be just for the witness, Your Honor. Yeah, it's the instruction. Let me know when you can see my screen here.
I see a source extraction
Wonderful.
data in regards to a phone.
And this is your name up at the top here, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through this briefly. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same document here. What would you need to see to identify what device this was from?
So it mentions the selected device name, underneath the device name and the manufacturer, and it also, oops, I'm sorry, the documents, sorry. So it gives a general idea of the device name there and the brand. Is there another page that gives more specifically the IMEI or some other unique identifier for the device itself?
I'm sorry, I was being asked just a clarification question from counsel. Can you just state that again? I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay, so it shows a device name and it shows a brand. It doesn't show the specific serial number or unique identifier for the device itself that I can see here.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down to the content, see if that helps us get on the same page.
Okay, I'm sorry, I still don't see anything that uniquely identifies the device that this came from.
Okay, let's look at, but you agree this is a report you generated in your investigation, in your analysis?
It was an extraction report, yes.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down just so we can move on. So what we're seeing now are various messages that have been.
Okay, so just a quick little break here. Hold on. Y'all in the chat are killing me. Margaret and the whole goat thing. Hold on a minute, please. I have an idea. Here we go. We have Margaret. And okay. Ready for it? Brace yourselves. One more time. Oh my God, I can't. and I left. I'm sorry. I had to break up this testimony. Can he just be done? Baby, come back. You can blame it all on us. All right.
Created as part of your report. Is that fair?
Yes.
I was
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we're just trying to find the
and I just
document that counsel's referencing. I just need a minute to make sure that we have it.
Certainly, and I can help with that. This is the report that resulted in the state's Exhibit E, proposed Exhibit E. I think it's identified with more specificity in the exhibit list. If you need a minute to find
This
it.
is
give us
also
1 minute.
Margaret right now.
Sure, just let us know when you're ready, please.
Yes. We're pulling the data, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. I'm bored. Now I'm just trying to have fun. I'm bored. This testimony is the worst. Like, I would rather fall in a hill of fire ants.
Give me just a second. Your Honor, I'm just going to share the file with them just so they don't have to dig through the data. So if we can have just a moment, I want to make sure they're seeing what I'm looking at too. And if you can unshare me so I can look through my files. Thank you. I didn't have the luxury of an extra laptop, unfortunately.
Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. I'm gonna 1.5 it because I can't with this. It's taking forever. I think he just gave somebody the evil eye. He's like, y'all are sucking right now. You suck. Big mad, right? Big mad. He's like, y'all are screwing this up. Y'all are screwing this up.
Just give us 1 minute, Tom.
And just for clarity of the record, this was produced to us in discovery, but I agree it was from a large amount of data.
Come on.
Stevenson, are you ready to pick back up? Yes. Okay, and Mr. Beck, are you ready to have your screen shared again?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Can you see that in front of you again? Or let me know when you can see it.
I can see it now.
All right, so we were looking at this. I'm going to scroll down to page 2, and beginning at the bottom of there, there's messages. So this would be extracted from a device and then is output in this report. Is that fair?
Yes.
So I'm going to draw your attention specifically to the bottom of page 5, which I'm going to scroll you there. So in, I think it's conversation or line number 11, do you see that? And I can zoom in.
I do, I see it.
So if the first column says phone, what does that mean?
The device type.
Okay, and that next column, it says Todd, and it has a number ending in 1114. Is that the number you testified earlier that was Mr. Mullis's?
Your Honor, I truly apologize. I'm not sure what page number we're on.
Oh, it's slide 5.
I just want to make sure we're on this one. Sorry, it's good. I want to check this. Page 5, line 11 is what we have. Yes.
Did you locate where we're at, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Sneedson? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Baki?
I apologize, I don't recall if you answered, so I'm just going to ask again. That 1114 number, I believe you testified earlier, that was Mr. Mullis' phone number, is that right?
That was the telephone number associated with his account and the device that he had, yes.
And I'm going to scroll up for just a second so we see what that column is called. And at the top of that page, I can scroll there.
Objection, Your Honor, this was not an exhibit that was presented before trial. In the state's exhibit list, they just had an extraction from an unidentified phone extraction, and so this is
I don't
just, this is
blame
not
you,
disclosed to us
Donnie.
which extraction was being used, and also it was not disclosed.
I'm sitting over here on the verge of comatose. The only fun that we've had, I got so bored I had to play the screaming because Margaret is a goat. Margaret's a goat. Margaret, yeah. You should go back about 35 minutes ago and watch the part where I'm giving Margaret down the road about her moderator skills. And also, we had some screaming goat. We named Margaret.
This entire report was not disclosed that they were going to use this as an exhibit.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Go ahead.
This is a report from their expert who they called as a witness from a message from their client, and we filed the actual message as an exhibit, and they objected to authentication and foundation for that exhibit, so that is why I'm having the
Yeah, we're on 1.5 because they're getting on my daggone nerves.
witness go the long way through the actual report to confirm it was in his full report before we work with the actual exhibit. And I believe in reference to our exhibit list,
Me
we
too,
confirmed
Cherie.
that it
That sounds
was in a
good.
report sent to us from Sean Castle's digital extraction on the physical drive produced by applicant during discovery. And if there had been any question as to what reports or where in that data it was, we would have been happy to provide that, but no such clarification was requested.
Just,
May I please speak for a moment? I can probably clarify this. They gave us a one-page document. May I please?
go ahead.
They gave us a one-page document. First of all, it doesn't have the same information as what we provided to them. We have no idea who did that actual extraction. And even more concerning is it doesn't have the same information as the report that we gave them. So I think maybe if we confer for a second, we can maybe figure it out or approach, but we've never seen what they're reading before.
Your Honor, I think I can simply have the witness lay foundation of how reports are generated in Celebrite from a Celebrite reader file, and he can explain to counsel how those are generated and printed, or we can substitute it with the full report if they want the entire thing that they produced and gave to us.
Well, okay, counsel, I can give you a couple of minutes to visit if you think that will put an end to the objections. Certainly, it would seem to me that the full report could come in if it's something that this witness generated. Now, I don't want dozens more pages of information that maybe isn't relevant or, you know, shouldn't need to be reviewed. If we can whittle it down to one, that would be great. But, so again, I don't know what's different on the proposed one page from the full report. I haven't had a chance to compare those. If you think a couple of minutes to confer would be useful, I would suggest that we do that. Why don't we go off the record for a few minutes? Let me know when you're ready. The court will recess while you do that. Give everybody a chance to stretch their legs. Mr. Castle, you may step down.
They are getting snappy. Well, sorry. Michelle called her a goat. But you know, the all caps goat, the greatest of all time goat. You know what I mean? They're getting snappy with this witness. They've been snappy with this witness all day, right? Ugh. They're gonna have to get. Lord, Lord, Lord. They're going to have to hurry up and come back because I need a potty break. And I'm going to have to get a quick bite of something because I didn't get lunch. Hmm. The other son, it doesn't seem to be there. I don't know where he's at. Um, he's a nail biter. Bum 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 bum. Ba dum ba dum bum bum bum. Ba dum bum 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 bum. All right, well, we're in real time, so we will wait. Oh, gross. You think that is him, Michelle? Oh my gosh. Mm. 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 Based on the old pics of the kids, yes. Okay. So then he's the one that found her, huh? Wow. Margaret, what are you so there humph. Margaret's stomping off. He looks like Todd, right, Michelle? Probably pretty bad. I mean, God. And then being there through the whole thing with trying to get her to the emergency room and him doing the CPR and good Lord. I can't imagine. All right, judge is back. Let's get back to it. I'm going to go get me a quick bite of something to eat. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. And sleepy. 3:30. Here come the yawns. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Ba-dum bum. All right. Turn your volume on, courtroom. Turn your volume on. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Oh my God, for the love of all things, please turn their volume up. Oh my God. They're going to blow us out of the water when they do turn the volume on. Come on. Somebody send the judge a text. In the meantime, I have a very important phone call. I will be right back.
An unknown reason, they were not able to fully process the data. Therefore, the DVR was submitted to my office for further examination.
Can I have just one moment? Certainly.
Your Honor, may I say something, please?
May.
So this is not a complete, the states, first of all, can you hear me? We'd like to read in just the full content of that message that the state just read into the record, or the full message and a response to it, so if I may do that. Or we'd like to offer again the text messages between Todd and Amy Mullis that give the full content of that message, because this is just a snippet of or the extraction, not the full extraction. So we would just like to provide the full context of what that message is about, not.
Your Honor, I apologize, but I'm confused. I believe the exhibit I read from is already in evidence. Is counsel intending to read from a different portion that's already in evidence? I'm unclear.
I guess I'm not sure. Are you planning on reading or asking to read from 307?
Yeah,
Text messages? Let's see.
307.
And I guess for just clarity of the record, briefly, I wasn't intending to testify when I read that message in. It was only because it was obstructed from an exhibit number, and the e-filing stamp was the only reason I read it that way.
Well, and is the reading attached to a question for this witness or not? Sure. I mean, is it being read because there's a question that goes with the reading, or?
I think our argument is that we just want to have the rule of completeness, that the whole text conversation is considered as a whole instead of just that one isolated text message. And so,
Well, okay, and so that's my job in reading the exhibit, which I will do. You know, we've put this witness through a lot of hours of testimony, and so I think right now we need to focus on what questions we have for this witness. And so he doesn't need to read that whole exhibit unless there is a question for him.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
May I resume?
yes.
Based on your review of the digital forensic data, were you able to determine that multiple devices were logged into Todd Mullis 76 Google account?
Yes.
And so would this indicate that the Google search history presented at trial could be from multiple devices?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. Sorry. You can take down the exhibit. Your Honor, I just wanted to clarify for the record, we will, at a later time, renew our motion about the DVR records, extraction records. However, we will not use Mr. Castle's time any longer, so no further questions on behalf of the applicant.
All right, any recross?
Nothing additional, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Castle. You may step down.
Thank you.
Further evidence on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, Your Honor, we would call Mr. Fire.
Sure.
That's right. Here's-
Good afternoon, Mr. Firehelm. Good afternoon. You've been called as a witness. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Go ahead. Take your time. Have a seat there. Feel free to adjust the chair and the microphone so you can sit comfortably. Ms. Nichols-Cook, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the court reporter?
It's Gerald Burton Firehelm, F-E-U-E-R-H-E-L-M.
And do you also go by Jake?
Yes, prefer that.
Have you previously been deposed regarding your representation of Todd Mullis?
Yes,
And did you previously sign an affidavit regarding this case?
yes,
And are you an attorney?
I am.
Have you always practiced in Iowa?
Yes.
What area of law do you generally practice in?
Almost exclusively criminal defense.
In general, how many years have you been practicing?
46, 45 and a half.
Has the type of evidence in a criminal case changed in any way between the time you started practicing in criminal law till today?
Yes, lots of technology.
And are you employed by a firm or do you have your own firm? Where do you work?
I'm a PC, but I'm the solo attorney.
Okay. Have you ever had a legal assistant or support staff person work with you?
Yes,
When you represented Todd Mullis in 2018 and 2019, did you have an assistant?
yes.
What was her name?
Christy Klein, K-L-Y-N.
What types of things would Christy do for you?
Everything from answering the phone, scheduling appointments, accumulating and organizing discovery materials. Pretty broad section of what she did.
Over your decades of experience in the criminal law area, have you represented individuals charged with Class A felonies?
Yes,
Do you know approximately how many of them went to trial?
8 or 10.
In your experience, have you ever consulted with an expert witness for the purposes of representation of a person charged with a Class A felony?
Yes,
Have you consulted with an expert about determining cause of death?
yes,
Have you consulted with an expert regarding digital forensic evidence such as cell phone extractions or cell tower data?
both.
How often have you used an investigator on a Class A felony?
I would say about half of the cases.
Do you belong to any bar associations?
Iowa State Bar Association, Iowa Association for Justice, and the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers.
And are you aware of the American Bar Association?
Yes,
Are you aware that the American Bar Association has issued a defense function standard?
yes,
Would you agree with me that the prevailing standards for defense attorneys recommend that you continue to reevaluate your need for investigation or experts?
that sounds correct, yes.
I want to turn now to your involvement with Mr. Mullis.
Okay.
How did you come to meet Todd Mullis?
An attorney in Dubuque, I believe, his name is Joey Hoover, who practiced in Polk County, and I knew him from there. I don't know how he knew Mr. Mullis or was connected to him, but as I understand it, Joey had contacted a friend of mine, Roger Owens, who I've tried Class A's with on several occasions, and wanted to know if Roger would be interested in getting involved in Mr. Mullis's case. Roger contacted me and said he didn't want to take a case so far out of Des Moines. Thank you. And encouraged me to call Joey about it, and that's how it came to be.
Thank you. At the time that you learned about Mr. Mullis's criminal case, do you recall if he had been arrested or not?
I believe he had.
Did you meet with Mr. Mullis and enter into an engagement letter or anything like that?
I think the first thing I did is I made arrangements with his sister and brother to go out to the farm and have them show me the location of the incident. And I talked to Lynn about whether or not they wanted to retain me. I had not yet met with Todd.
Do you know Lynn's last name?
I'm not sure.
If I told you it was Lynn White,
Yeah.
would you?
That was going to be my guess.
Was there another attorney that you worked with on Mr. Mullis's criminal case?
Bob Sabers from Dubuque.
Had you ever worked on a case with Mr. Sabers before?
I'd never met him.
Never even met him.
No.
How did you communicate with Mr. Sabers as co-counsel?
Probably equally phones and emails.
Do you know how often you talked to Todd Mullis while his criminal case was pending?
I really couldn't even guess.
Do you know if Mr. Mullis would call you from jail?
I believe he did.
And was your office set up to accept those types
Yeah.
of calls?
Yes.
Do you know if Mr. Mullis sent you letters or wrote notes to you?
Letters mostly.
And I think you mentioned earlier that one reason you'd gotten the referral was because it wasn't that close to where your office was, or wasn't that close to Des Moines.
Well, Roger Owens didn't want to get involved because this location was, he didn't want to travel that far to represent somebody, and I was willing to do that.
Do you recall what county Mr. Mullis was being held in?
Independence, I believe. I think that's Buchanan, maybe.
Did you have a regular practice or policy of how you communicated with your clients that were incarcerated?
I prefer meeting them in person, and the jail over in Independence accommodated that, and those phone calls.
Did you speak to Mr. Mullis once a week or once every 2 weeks? Did you have any sort of regular schedule?
I don't think we had really a schedule. I think it would be like if something came up on my end, I would set up a phone call, or if he sent me a letter that had some request or a question in it, I'd respond to that either by a visit or a phone call.
Do you recall ever writing Mr. Mullis letters and sending them to the jail?
I don't think so.
Was it your practice in this case to take internal notes about visits or phone calls with your client?
I'm sure I did, on maybe not every time, but yes, I did.
And did you provide your file to subsequent counsel?
Yes, I just gave everything I had to Aaron Hamrock and Tim McCarthy.
I think you have seen some of these letters in your deposition, but just so that we're all on the same page, I'm going to ask that we display Exhibit 233. Are they showing?
No.
Okay.
Doesn't look like it's connected yet, so I'm not sure.
And we can scroll for you when you're ready. I think that one has several pages. I don't want to rush you, but do those documents appear to be letters from Todd Mullis to you?
I believe they are, yes.
Do you recall reviewing these letters during your representation of Mr. Mullis before his trial?
Yes.
And am I understanding correctly that your response to any questions Mr. Mullis had would have only been relayed to him in person during a visit or a phone call?
I believe so.
I want to just look at the very bottom of page 1 of 233, the last paragraph. That should be the bottom of page 1.
Hey, Kat. I saw you pop in a while ago, but I literally had an important phone call I had to take real quick, and then ran and grabbed myself a quick bite of something to eat. So, hello and welcome. And yeah, the flirty lawyer is back, Miss King. Yeah, she's back. Is she doing the whole weird smile thing again? It's so weird.
Do you see a paragraph at the bottom of page 1?
Is there any expert that starts out?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Mullis asking you about an expert to be used in his defense?
Well, that is posed as a question there.
Okay.
Yes.
And at this time, what was Mr. Mullis's position as to how his wife had died?
He believed it was an accident.
And could this paragraph in this letter be him asking you to get an expert to show it was an accident?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on a couple things. This is one of the exhibits specifically that we had objected to: authenticity, accuracy, identity, or foundation. The letter's undated. It specifically has no identifying information as to the date, time, or otherwise. And also it's hearsay because Mr. Mullis' statements are not statements of a party opponent and therefore are being offered directly to, in violation of Rule 5802 and 3.
If there are objections to the exhibit, it should probably be admitted before it's specifically referred to. Would you like to respond to the objections?
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. We've laid some foundation that Mr. Firehelm received letters from Mr. Mullis from jail. He identified these as being letters that he remembers receiving. I could ask Mr. Firehelm the dates of his representation. I do think the record reflects when Mr. Mullis was arrested and when he went to trial. And I guess I don't see how 802 and 803 would prevent a request from a client to his attorney when that is the claim on post-conviction of ineffective assistance to counsel that we have the burden to show. And I have to elicit evidence about what Mr. Firehelm did or didn't do.
I assume these are being offered to show the effect or lack of effect, perhaps, on the reader or recipient. 233 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Firehelm, did you understand Mr. Mullis to be asking you to hire or retain an expert to determine if you could put on evidence that Ms. Mullis died in an accident?
I don't know if excuse me, I don't know if I'd characterize it as a request. It reminds me, that paragraph, of a number of times when, to me, it was like Todd was kind of like shotgunning or spitballing ideas of what about this, what about that, and so forth. So I don't know if I would say that that was a specific request, more of a what about this, or how, would this be something to think about or talk about?
Did you contact any experts regarding the manner of Amy Mullis's death?
No.
Did you review any literature or do any investigation into an accidental manner of death?
I reviewed discovery material, which included the manner of death, to allow me to assess whether or not it was an accident or homicide.
And outside of the discovery materials provided to you by the Attorney General's office, did you do anything else?
No other materials or individuals, no.
If we can scroll to page 2. In the middle of the page, there's a sentence that refers to looking at the clothing.
Yes.
Is this a request for you or a question for you about examining Amy's clothing that she was wearing when she was injured?
I guess my answer would be similar. I don't know if it's a request or just an idea.
Okay. Did you ever go look at the physical items of clothing that Amy was wearing on November 10th?
I did not. I don't know if Bob did or not.
Okay. I would never ask you to tell me what Bob said.
Okay.
What did you understand that there were 3 items of clothing that the state medical examiner had looked at during her autopsy?
I think that's right.
If you go down a little farther on the bottom of page 2, there's a reference about iPads and Amy using the iPad. Do you see that?
Yeah. Yes.
Where, I'm sorry?
It's kind of around the highlight in the very, like, oh, it's not a paragraph, but towards the very end of the letter. Amy used that iPad.
Is this page 5 of the exhibit? Got it. Thank you.
Do you see the portion I'm referencing, Mr. Firehome?
Yes.
Just a minute, okay. I apologize. I am definitely fighting off a cold. Mr. Firehome, was the iPad a piece of evidence at Mr. Mullis's trial, or the data from the iPad?
I think the data was.
And what did you do when your client brought up the issue of the iPad and who used it to investigate that?
Well, here he was mentioning multiple people using the iPad. I believe that's something that Bob and I either talked about or traded emails about. I think I saw one where Christy maybe responded to one of Bob's questions about that.
Did you interview any witnesses about who had access to the Mullis family iPad?
Just Mr. Mullis, I think. Maybe Lynn and I may have talked about that too.
Did you take any steps to learn about the password to the iPad?
I don't recall.
Just one moment here. think I'm done with 233 and we can take it down. Mr. Firehelm, you mentioned you spoke with Todd's sister, Lynn. Do you remember how you communicated with her during your representation of Todd?
I'd say a vast majority was by phone, and there were some emails.
Was she also in communication with Todd while he was incarcerated?
I think she was, yes.
Do you recall her reaching out to you with requests to meet with Todd?
Lynn was good about reaching out to me after she talked to Todd about either him wanting to talk to me or see me, or maybe even a specific thing he wanted looked into or checked on.
I'm going to represent to you that Todd was arrested at the end of February 2019. Do you know what your first task was after you were retained and began representing Mr. Mullis?
I think my trip to the farm to meet with Mike and Lynn was the first thing.
Okay. And then did you file any motions or take any action in court?
From the get-go, there was a lot of effort put into trying to get Todd out of jail with bond review. I spoke with the bail bond company in Des Moines that I was familiar with and had worked with. Talked to Todd, Lynn about resources to acquire a bond.
And would that work have been separate from investigating the charges against Mr. Mullis?
Yes.
Do you recall a time where you requested discovery from the state of Iowa?
I don't know the time, but that probably would have been one of the first things that I did.
When discovery came into your office, what was your process?
I would review it, at least scan it. I don't mean scan it like to copy it, but to look at it. And then talk to Christy, and then Christy was great at organizing, setting up tabs, indexing things, that kind of thing. And then I'd go back and go through it after she had that organization completed.
Are you a paper guy? Do you like hard copies?
She called me the tree killer. Yes, I prefer
I'm
paper.
sure she meant that with all the love.
No, I preferred paper.
So did Christy handle compiling discovery that was tendered to you in an electronic format and making it into paper for you?
Yes.
At the time that you went to trial in September of 2019, did you know if the state had withheld any discovery, or did you identify anything that was missing?
I did not identify anything, and I was assuming the state had produced what they were supposed to.
If we can put up exhibits 201, I believe you saw these in your deposition. I'm going to show you 201 and 202. Just let me know when you have had a chance to look at 201.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
I believe Angela showed this to me in my deposition, and I don't think I do.
And do you remember testifying in your deposition that you'd never seen it before Todd's criminal trial?
I think that's correct.
And we can scroll through it if you like. It's only 2 pages, but Does this purport to be case log notes from the state medical examiner's office?
Yeah, it looks like it.
And I believe 2.1 and 2.2 are already admitted. Did you learn that the state medical examiner had made comments to DCI that Amy Mullis's manner of death could have been accidental or a fall?
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence in the record.
Counsel, I guess, would you like to rephrase your question, or do you take the position that that's an accurate summary of the statement that was made?
I can withdraw the question and ask another one if you like, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Let me just find the spot here. Okay. If we look at the bottom of page 1, there's a paragraph under November 14th, 2018. Do you see that paragraph?
Right now, the witness has page 2 in front of him, so
Oh,
somebody will need
page
to
1,
change
please.
that.
What date did you say?
It's towards the bottom of the page, November 14th, 2018.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
So, if we go down towards the bottom, there is a sentence that begins, Agent Turbot stated.
Yes, I see it.
If you read that, is that new information to you about what DCI was telling the medical examiner?
I think it is, yes.
Okay. And is that type of information that you would have wanted to know for your cross-examination of the state medical examiner?
Sure.
Could it have explained where she was getting her information?
Yes, but in other homicide cases that I've been involved in, I've seen this type of exchange between the medical examiners and like a lead investigator. But I just don't think I saw this one.
Okay. We can go to 202. And Exhibit 202 has also been admitted, and it is 2 pages. If you could review that, and I'll just ask that we scroll slowly. Mr. Firehelm, do these also appear to be notes about conversations with the state medical examiner?
That's what it looks like.
Okay, and does this, and we can scroll for you if you like, that contain information obtained from the autopsy about injuries?
It appears so.
Does it
I was thinking the same
indicate
thing,
how
Michelle.
long Ms. Mullis would have survived after her injury?
I don't see anything like that on page 2.
I think it might be page 1 at the very bottom.
Yeah, it says, so hard to tell how long she was alive, at least minutes she was alive, not immediately fatal.
Would you have wanted to have these notes available to you at trial to cross-examine the DCI agent, Mr. Turbot, who provided this information or made these notes?
Yes.
Does it also discuss whether Amy Mullis's injuries could have been from a fall, or if so, why not?
There's indications in there about whether it was accident or intentional.
And Mr. Firehelm, the first time you saw these documents was during your deposition in 2023?
I believe so.
Okay, we can take that one down. Do you remember the name Deputy Keith Rowley?
I don't recognize that.
Have you learned, I'm sorry, let me start over. Do you recall the state filing a motion in limine pre-trial to limit the use of a deputy's name who'd had a prior affair with Amy Mullis?
I'm pretty sure I remember that, yes.
Did you ever learn who that deputy was?
I think we knew the name, yes.
Did you ever receive any documents or information that Deputy Rowley was cleared as a suspect from being involved in Amy Mullis's death?
I don't ever remember seeing any documentation.
Do you remember hearing anything in depositions about clearing Deputy Rowley?
There might have been. The only thing I remember specifically about depositions in that issue was how the case was assigned within the sheriff's office for investigation.
Do you recall seeing any patrol logs for any of the sheriff's deputies from Delaware County on the day that Amy died?
I do not.
Do you recall seeing them during your deposition?
The one of my deposition?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Just a moment, I'm going to pull those up for you. I lost the number, so I apologize for the delay. Okay, it should be exhibit 323. Starting came in as a demo exhibit. Okay, 209, I'm sorry.
This whole defense team needs to go back home, get in the bed. get out of the bed on the other side
Let me know
and
when
try
you have
this
a
again.
chance to look at that, Mr. Farrell. Mr. Firehelm, if you could scroll through 209 a little bit, it's 12 pages, and when you're ready, let me know what you see.
It looks like a log that a deputy would maintain about activities on their shift.
And at trial, I'm sorry, in preparation for trial, would it have been helpful for you to know whether other people were near the Mullis farm November 10th?
It's helpful to have as much information as you can, and that was something that we talked about.
Okay, we can take that one down. Uncle. Did you hire an investigator to help you investigate or to represent Todd Mullis?
Did not hire one.
Do you remember who Jerry Frazier is?
Yes.
Before trial, did you know or investigate where he was on November 10th, 2018?
Yes.
How did you know that?
From discovery material and his deposition.
I want to show you Exhibit 212. It should be Frazier cell phone record. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have 212 for that one, just 213 and 214. Let me know when you've had a chance to look at 213.
Yeah, that's the cover page of report.
Have you had a chance to review that?
I don't recall seeing that document.
Okay. Do you recall being asked about cell phone tower records or cell phone records for Jerry Frazier in your 2023 deposition?
I think Angela asked about that.
Do you recall saying that you were surprised to hear testimony about Frazier's location by cell phone tower?
If that's what I said.
Would you like to review your deposition?
Sure, I don't remember that question and answer.
If we could pull up 323 and scroll to the bottom of 42. And if you could review page 42 and 43.
Okay, I do kind of remember this now, yes.
Okay. Do you recall at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial making arguments that Amy could have been killed by Jerry Frazier because of their affair?
I don't remember that specifically, but I could have.
Do you recall your closing argument at the criminal trial?
Not any details, no.
Do you recall whether you argued to the jury that Jerry Frazier was the perpetrator, not Todd?
If that's what the transcript says, I wouldn't obviously deny it.
Okay, let me ask a different question. In your mind, leading up to Todd's trial, was Jerry Frazier a suspect in Amy's death?
I would say yes.
And if you look at 42, page 42, line 22, the question asked of you is, okay, but would it be fair to say you were surprised to hear a state witness say they had conducted cell tower analysis and verified Jerry Frazier's location by cell tower analysis? And then at the top of 43, your answer is, I would have to say that would have been a surprise, yeah. Do you recall giving that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. If you had had information that Jerry Frazier was not on the Mullis farm November 10th or near it because of cell phone tower data, would you have still argued that he could have killed Amy?
I think you could because of the relationship that they had.
Did you consider that the state had evidence giving Jerry Frazier an alibi for the time that Amy was hurt?
I don't know.
I want to move on for Mr. Frazier. Do you recall deposing Dr. Kelly Cruz from the state medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked about reviewing that autopsy report in your 2023 deposition?
I think so.
And what actions did you take after you reviewed that autopsy report to investigate it or to verify the opinions within it?
I don't believe I consulted anybody other than talking to Bob about it, that I recall.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in your deposition that it was your personal opinion that you agreed with Dr. Cruz?
I think it did, yes.
And you don't have any forensic pathologist training, is that fair?
No.
Okay. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the Google searches that were offered at Mr. Mullis's trial. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
Do you recall who testified about the Google searches?
I can't remember which state witness did.
If I told you it was law enforcement, would you accept that?
I think I would, yes.
Okay. Did you do any investigation or take any steps to determine if those officers were qualified to testify regarding cell phone data extractions?
They may have mentioned it in their depositions, but I don't recall specifically.
And did you contact your own digital forensic expert to review the data?
No.
Do you remember testifying in your deposition that the Google searches were harmful to Todd?
Yes.
And do you recall if the Google searches were how the state was using those in their case in chief?
Well, I think they were trying to show that some of the searches were rather specific about harming someone, cheating spouses, that kind of thing.
Would you characterize that as motive evidence?
Sure.
If you had evidence that Todd did not conduct those searches, would you have used that at trial?
Yes.
Do you recall Todd writing letters and having discussions with you about those Google searches?
It came up in letters, it came up in meetings at the jail, phone calls. Yes.
Did you present any evidence in Todd's defense that he did not make those searches?
I recall during cross-examination of some state's witness, and it would have been law enforcement, that there were some obvious searches that, like looking for a dress or something like that, or jewelry, that kind of thing. So I felt that the point was made that not all those searches were done by Todd.
Did you do any work to determine where Todd was on the day of the most offensive searches? The ones that you referenced earlier about unfaithful women?
I don't think so, no.
Do you recall researching or drafting a motion to limit the admission of those Google searches because they were not close in time to Amy's death?
I don't think so.
Did you consider that if searches were being done in May, where Todd would have been at that time?
I didn't try to make that connection, no.
Did you know that your client, Todd Mullis, was a crop farmer?
Yes.
And as a lifelong Iowan, Do you know when planting season usually is?
Yep.
When is that?
Depending on the spring, sometimes it's April into May.
Do you recall discussions with your client about his kids taking a hunter safety course?
Yes.
Did you take any actions to determine what that entailed?
I didn't research. I relied on what Todd told me about it.
If we can show the witness 306, but not publish. Mr. Firehelm, can you identify the document? Tell me what the name of it is.
It's titled Today's Hunter, Hunter, and down below it says a guide to hunting responsibly and safely.
Do you know what topics a person needs to learn about to get a hunter safety certificate?
No, I don't. I grew up hunting, but I never took a course.
If you had reviewed this guide before trial and it included information about hypothermia and organs of the body or things like that, could you have used that to explain the Google searches the state presented as motive for Todd to kill Amy?
I think that's reasonable, yeah.
And did you understand that Todd was charged with first-degree murder, which included premeditation or planning, right?
Sure.
If I could show you 223. Do you remember discussing with Mr. Sabers about whether you should hire a computer expert? And I'm showing you an email from May of 2019. If you could tell us when you've reviewed it and identify it for me.
It's going kind of fast, but yeah, it looks like an exchange between myself and Bob and Lynn White.
And did you ever consult with a computer expert or digital forensic expert?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. We can take that one down. Do you remember evidence being tendered to you that included text messages between Ms. Mullis and friends of hers?
Yeah, I think so.
Did you interview any of those friends about those messages?
No interviews, no.
Do you recall deposing some of them?
I think we did, yeah.
Did you seek to Bob Sabers?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, can we show the witness Exhibit 219, an email with Mr. Sabers? Do you recall this email exchange?
Not specifically, but I'm not saying I didn't get it.
If the docket reflects that the judge did not issue a ruling on your motion in limine and reserved it for trial, would you disagree?
Without certainty, no, I wouldn't disagree.
Are you familiar with making hearsay objections during a criminal trial?
Yes,
If you made objections, would those be reflected in the trial transcripts?
sure.
Do you remember a statement by a friend of Ms. Mullis's, Terry Stainer, to the effect of, "Look for me in the timber if I go missing"?
I remember that specifically.
Was that one of the statements that you intended to address with your motion in limine?
That and others like it.
Why that statement and others like it?
Well, it indicated Amy's state of mind and her fear that Todd would harm her.
Did you consider those types of hearsay statements to connote a guilty inference that you would have wanted to keep out of the trial?
Yes,
Do you recall if you and Mr. Sabers discussed what your roles were going to be at the trial?
I don't recall a specific discussion, but I think throughout, I was the lead counsel and he was taking notes and making suggestions and talking to Todd, that kind of thing.
Do you recall if he passed you notes during the trial?
He did.
I apologize. Excuse me. Do you recall if you read them?
That's difficult to do during a trial. Glance at them, talk about them during a break, that kind of thing.
Did Mr. Sabers handle any witnesses at this trial?
I don't think he did, no.
Do you recall any discussions about who was going to do the opening statement?
I don't think we ever discussed it.
Did you draft an opening statement to review with your client before trial began?
I normally have, I don't know if you'd call it an outline or notes, but not really a draft, word for word. And I don't recall sharing with Todd about the content of the opening statement before we went to trial.
Do you remember what the premise of your opening statement was?
That Amy was murdered, but not by Todd.
What evidence did you plan to present to show that?
The focus was on Tristan and his testimony about the events of that morning, of who was where.
Did you have any other witnesses or evidence that you planned to present?
I think we called a couple witnesses that had contact with Tristan after, that took him home from the hospital after this had occurred.
Did you have an alternate suspect or another person in mind that you were going to suggest was responsible for Amy's death?
No, I think talked about that with Todd and Bob, that wasn't our job to find out who did it. It just cast doubt about Todd being responsible.
Did your client, Mr. Mullis, ever agree to your decision to make that statement in your opening statement?
I never asked him if I could, and he never told me I couldn't. I think going clear back to early on in the case, I made it clear that I did not believe this was an accident and that she was murdered.
And that was based on your own personal opinion or evaluation of the autopsy report?
Autopsy report, police reports, life experiences.
And you don't recall writing any letters to Todd explaining that or asking him if he was in agreement?
I'm sure there weren't any letters. Again, we just generally talked about our theme of the trial.
Do you recall that Tristan testified via closed circuit television at this criminal trial?
He did.
Do you recall how old he would have been?
14, I think.
And I think you testified a little bit earlier that part of your plan was to focus on Tristan, right?
Yes, significantly.
Did you consider Tristan to be Todd's alibi?
Yes.
Do you recall there being an issue between Tristan's pretrial deposition and his trial testimony?
Yes.
Did you do any investigation or take any steps to learn more about the slight change in Tristan's testimony?
If I'm recalling the events accurately, Tristan testified in a deposition, and he gave testimony about the amount of time he would have been absent from a location in the hog barn where he could see Todd. And he gave a time frame that was relatively short. And then afterwards, he met with his attorney, and that attorney came back and said that Tristan said he had made a mistake.
And I guess my question is, did you take any action to look into that?
The action I took, and I believe it's indicated in an email, is that I contacted Todd about this development with Tristan and suggested that we needed more time to do that. But Todd was adamant that he did not want to continue the trial. So other than that, Lynn had provided me with some drone photographs of the hog barn and the shed where Amy was found and that kind of thing. So we used those to show the significant distance between the barns. And if Todd did leave Tristan's eye shot, even for the longer time that Tristan said, I think it was 30 seconds, I don't know what, it would have been impossible to leave the far end of the hog barn, go to the shed, do whatever happened there, and then get back before Tristan missed him.
So that covers everything that you did do
Yes.
to corroborate or to investigate Tristan's testimony.
Yes.
Do you recall why you called Mr. Mullis to testify at his trial?
One reason is that so many times when I've talked to jurors after trials, my conclusion was they expect to and want the defendant to testify that they didn't do it. Even though you tell them that in voir dire and so forth that they don't have to. And as late as the night before the beginning of the trial, when we met in the Dubuque County Jail, I'm not sure we had decided for sure if Todd was going to testify. But I left that meeting that night with the understanding that we both agreed that he would.
How did you prepare Mr. Mullis to testify?
In those meetings,
Did you ask him questions so he could practice his response?
I don't know if it was questions or answers. We just talked about topics that he would expect to be asked about.
Did you practice any potential cross questions that the prosecutor might ask him?
I don't think so.
Do you remember discussing with Todd that he needed to testify to rebut the Google searches?
I think that is one of the things we talked about, yes.
And was that in part because you didn't have an expert or anybody else to testify about whether Todd made those Google searches?
I don't think that was the reason, no.
Did you cross any other state witnesses about whether Todd Mullis could have done those searches?
There was cross-examination about some of the searches that seemed obvious that Todd would not have done. I can't remember what state witness that would have been.
Did you consider Todd's credibility to the jury after your opening statement?
I take that into account throughout.
Were you concerned that you had told the jury that Todd was wrong when he told investigators Amy died in an accident?
Would you repeat that, please?
Were you concerned about Todd's credibility in front of the jury when you had told the jury in opening that Todd was wrong when he told investigators Amy fell on the corn rake and it was an accident?
I don't think that comment was undermined his credibility. I think Todd honestly thought that when he said that thing. I just said, as we researched or prepared for trial, that was wrong.
Do you remember the 911 call in this case?
Yes,
Do you remember it stipulating to the foundation or the admission of it at trial?
I think so, yes.
Did you ever take the 911 call to the jail so Todd could listen to it before trial?
I think we had a transcript of it, but I don't ever recall playing the audio for him in jail.
If you had been tendered a transcript, would that have been in the discovery?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm just clarifying, you didn't have a transcript made.
No, I don't think so.
Do you remember the prosecutor playing the 911 call during her cross-examination of Todd Mullis?
Yes,
Do you remember two comments towards the end of the call that the prosecutor emphasized?
I do.
Had you ever heard those before?
No,
Were those undisclosed statements made by a criminal defendant?
Objection calls for speculation and a conclusion that's well beyond the actual terms of what he can testify to. The evidence speaks for itself.
Overruled, the witness can answer if he's able.
could you repeat?
Yeah, I'll rephrase. Are you familiar with, rules of evidence that require the disclosure of statements made by a defendant?
Yes,
Before the cross-examination where the prosecutor played that call, had those statements ever been disclosed to you before? A purported statement. So sorry.
well, the whole 911 call was, we always had that, the whole thing. But the contention that he said certain words, no.
And weren't those phrases highly inflammatory?
Yes,
Did you think Todd made those statements on that call?
I did not.
And you don't recall seeing them in any discovery or anybody telling you about them in a deposition?
No,
Have you made a motion for a mistrial before in a trial?
yes,
Did you do so in this case?
no.
We can have just one moment. Do you recall the prosecutor telling you off the record that she was going to ask him about these specific statements?
I'm certain that she did not.
Do you recall taking any investigative steps to determine who would have been present at the time of those alleged or purported statements by Todd?
If I'm remembering correctly, the 911 call ended there on the gravel road when law enforcement and, well, first it was law enforcement people showed up. And that's about when supposedly he made these statements that the prosecutor brought up.
If you had had notice of these purported statements, could you have investigated or attempted to discredit that cross-examination question?
Yes, I actually took the 911 call after the trial was over and had it enhanced to try to see if I heard what supposedly was said.
Did you ever learn how the state came to make that argument?
I was told by the prosecutor.
Did you get your own transcript of the call for post-trial motions or anything?
Because of the change in representation, I wasn't involved in the post-trial motions.
When did your representation end? That I should have asked you that first.
Between verdict and sentencing.
So you did not get a transcript of the call before your representation ended, am I right?
I think you're right. I'm not sure we ever had a transcript of it.
Your Honor, can I have just a moment to confer?
May.
Nicole, can you find 294 to show Mr. Firehome? And I'll move on for a moment and come back while you're doing that. I don't think I warned her I was going to do that. Mr. Firehome, during your 2023 deposition, do you remember being asked about a Greeley EMT who had filed a report about her response to the 911 call for Amy's injuries?
Yeah, I kind of recall something about that, yeah.
Y'all, this woman, did you just see this woman? It looks like she's eating a Big Mac and a French fry back there. Look
Do
at
you
this.
remember being asked about a Greeley
What the world?
EMT
Look at this woman
who
in the
had filed
back.
a report about her response to the 911 call for Amy's injuries?
She's got a whole fillet of fish,
Yeah, I
quarter
kind of
pounder French fries,
recall
man.
something about that, yes.
Jeez.
Did you do any investigation or
I
take
ain't
any steps
hating,
to
hey.
determine whether the first response?
I'm not hating on anybody eating. Don't get me wrong. Girl loves to eat, obviously. Right? But in court, what is she doing? Lord have mercy. I gotta watch that one more time. Yeah, this attorney just seems like But I think details, Michelle said, yeah, but I think details should have come up on all the appeals he's had. Something doesn't fit. Maybe. Maybe her blood sugar's low. I don't know. God. Hold on. I got to rewind that and watch that one more time. I have to enjoy the funny moments because today has just been a complete snooze fest, man. I cannot. My My I know, Kel. I wonder what it smells like in there. Mm. Let's watch this again, though.
Mr. Firehelm, during your 2023 deposition, do you remember being asked about a Greeley EMT who had filed a report about her response to the 911 call for Amy's injuries?
Now, y'all know that that is not like a lifesaver or a mint or chewing gum. I mean, that's a big wad of something yummy. You know what I mean? I don't like smelling other people's food. Kel, I know you have issues. You don't like um eating. I hope Kel don't get on me for saying this, but say someone has a bad, she does not like community food. Let me put it that way. She does not like community food. In other words, if I'm eating like a bucket of popcorn and my hand's been in that bucket of popcorn, she will not eat that popcorn. Only her hand goes in that bucket of popcorn. Kel, I remember, ma'am. I remember. Hi, Mom. Hi, kiddo. mm. Maybe she is trying not to fall asleep. Did the lawyer look back at her? I don't know. Ooh, the croissants from the other day. No potlucks for Kel. No. Oh.
Response to the 911 call for Amy's injuries?
Yeah, I recall something about that, yes.
Did you do any investigation or take any steps to determine whether the first responders' actions and or CPR could have caused some of Amy Mullis's injuries?
I vaguely recall whether it was the ER doctor at the hospital or possibly during the medical examiners. But I'm not sure of that. I'm sorry.
Did you talk to any of the Greeley EMS?
We'll see you Monday, Michelle. We'll see you Monday. Have fun. I hope that, I mean, I know it is what it is as far as your mom moving. But yeah, I hope that she really enjoys it there. And I hope it gives you good peace of mind too. So have a good night. Have a good weekend, Michelle. We'll see you back on Monday. I mean, I will see what I can do about tomorrow, but I don't know for sure. So if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you on Monday. Okay? Exactly. But safer. Yeah, definitely. Yes, ma'am. All right. I don't think they caused a fork in her back. What, Miss King? Mm. What in the world? I got a text from. Oh, my Walmart order is out for delivery. Okay. All righty then. All right, we'll get back to it. Here we go.
First responders before trial?
No.
Do you recall the Mullis family telling you that Greeley EMS was there and that you could contact them?
I don't recall them telling us that. It was pretty obvious from the reports. They might have.
But did you ever do any follow-up to get the Greeley EMS reports before trial?
Not unless they were in the general discovery.
Did you ever learn that law enforcement was suspicious about how Amy sustained her injuries at the hospital on November 10th?
I honestly can't say when the suspicion began.
Do you recall doing any investigation or interviews with people about that?
Again, and I might be wrong about this, about whether or not that hospital doctor talking to the law enforcement, that it may have started then, the actual
But
day.
did you take any steps to learn about potential conflicts of interest or bias in the investigation?
No.
And were you aware that Amy Mullis had worked at the same hospital where she was taken when she was injured?
Yes, I think we did know that.
And were you aware that some of the witnesses the state called to elicit those hearsay statements worked at that hospital as well?
I think we were aware of that, yes.
Are you ready, Nicole? Okay. 294. With the record to reflect that we're showing the witness exhibit 294. And if you could take a look at the first page and tell me what it is, and then we are happy to scroll through it for you.
It's still dark.
Still loading. It knows that it's 4 o'clock, I think.
Again, I'm not showing that it's connected. I'm not sure if you need to try again.
Can you identify the document for me, Mr. Farrell?
And he still doesn't have it yet. Ms.
Oh, no.
Cook,
I'm sorry.
not sure.
Sure. Thank you.
And Mr. Baki's computer?
Yes.
All right, let's try that one.
Do you see a transcript of 911 call?
Yes.
What date?
The date of the call,
Yes.
November 10th, 2018.
And does it identify who made the call?
911 call by Todd Mullis.
And if we can start scrolling.
Oh my God, Kel. It's awful. Ugh. I don't blame you. That would make anybody never want to eat anything somebody offers you out of the same bag.
Page
No, thank you.
15 of the PDF.
No, thank you.
Could you review that for me, Mr. Firehome?
Yes.
I want to direct you to line 5. Can you read that for me?
Deputy Luke, here, comma, Todd, let me.
Do you know who Deputy Luke is?
No, not specifically.
If I told you that was Delaware County Sheriff Deputy Luke Thompson, who testified at trial. Would you disagree?
No.
Objection, we're reading from evidence. We're reading from a transcript, not an evidence that the state would object to its admission and consideration of in the first place.
If I could ask 2 more questions and then I'll move to admit it, Your Honor.
Well, again, if there's an objection to it, we should probably admit it before we get too far in the weeds. I mean, do you think you can get it in through this witness?
I have just a moment. Your Honor, it's a certified transcript by a court reporter. I'm not sure what other foundation the state would like to have. Page 17, I think, is where Kimberly Blink does her certificate.
I mean, counsel, any response in that respect?
While we agree that this is a certified transcript of a 911 call that, according to that same certification, is done merely to the best of the court reporter's ability, based upon heavy breathing and inaudibility, this is not a transcript from a court proceeding. It constitutes hearsay. This witness hasn't seen it before, and while it's certified, that may go to its authenticity and to its identification, but it certainly doesn't go to its admissibility outright. So the state objects on lack of foundation, objects also on hearsay as it falls under the rule and doesn't meet any criteria or exception. And 403(2)B as prejudicial more than probative, given that the Court of Appeals had already addressed this, and a footnote finding that the jury could listen for themselves and believe or disbelieve the arguments of the prosecutor as presented at trial.
Well, I think that certainly Ms. Nichols-Cook, you can ask your questions about the timing and the presence of the deputy in relation to when these statements were made or not made without the use of the transcript. We can address the possibility of this coming in maybe at a later time. I don't think this is the right witness necessarily to do it if it is going to come in, but why don't you proceed? We do need to end at 4:30 today, and I suspect we're not in a position to do that, so go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fireholm, if you could just read through page 15 and 16 for me.
If you could just tell me when I scroll.
Page or line?
Page 15 and page 16.
Okay, it's kind of covered up, but I think this is 15. Line 2. Oh, excuse me.
You're just scrolling slowly on page.
Sorry, just tell me when you want me to scroll since I'm helping with the technological issues.
Could you let me see the top?
Oh, sure.
Okay, that's good. Line 2 starts out, she's cold.
And right now, you're just reading to yourself, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Scroll, please.
Have you been able to review page 15 and 16?
Yes.
Okay. In your review of this transcript of the 911 call, do you see the 2 statements the prosecutor asked Mr. Mullis about on his cross-examination?
I do not see those words.
Thank you. We can take it down. Mr. Firehelm, are you aware that the state misrepresented the source of the Google searches at the criminal trial?
Objection to the categorization of the state's statement and also under Rule 5403B. Also vague.
Sustained.
Mr. Firehelm, I'll ask a different question. Are you aware that evidence exists that would have rebutted the evidence presented at trial that Todd Mullis alone made the Google searches that the state presented?
I'm not aware of any technical research or document.
Are you aware of digital forensic experts that could examine the iPad and determine information that could potentially contradict the evidence presented at trial?
That's pretty broad. Yeah, I assume an expert could examine it and give an opinion to that. Whether or not it would confirm it or not, I don't know.
If there was evidence that contradicted the state's presentation about the electronic evidence, would you have used that at trial?
If there was evidence,
Yes.
yes.
If you were aware of evidence that contradicted the state medical examiner's determination that the manner of death was homicide, would you have presented that at trial?
Yes.
Okay, I think I have one last exhibit to show you, which would be 245. Oh, yeah, sorry, Tom. 245. Mr. Farham, do you recognize the document on your screen?
No.
If we can scroll a little bit, and let me know if you do recognize the handwriting or content.
I don't know.
Okay. We can take that one down. Do you recall taking any steps to investigate Amy Mullis's medical condition at the time that she was injured on November 10th?
We were aware that she had had a medical procedure a few days prior.
Did you obtain medical records about Ms. Mullis's procedure or medications that she was on?
If it was in the discovery, yes, I don't recall specifically.
Did you do any investigation into whether Ms. Mullis would have been dizzy on November 10th due to her medications?
No research, no, other than what Todd and Tristan said.
And did you issue any subpoenas to get medical records?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any medical records that you did receive in discovery reviewed by an expert?
No.
Do you recall a letter from Mr. Mullis asking you to, or stating that he wanted to get a 3D demonstration of the injury to show that it was a fall?
No, I don't recall that specifically, no.
If we can pull up 233.
He is so done with her.
We're going to go to page 11. 233. 233. Is it in front of you, Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Can you read page 11 and 12? Do you see any drawings or diagrams in this letter?
It's not very clear, but I can tell that there's something there.
I'm gonna look at page,
That one, yes.
we can scroll to page 13.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This exhibit isn't in evidence. It's hearsay. It hasn't been adequately authenticated. I do believe 213 was admitted into evidence and, oh, I'm sorry, 233 was admitted in full at this time. I apologize. I withdraw my objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Farnham, have you had a chance to look at page 13?
Yes. Excuse me.
And we can scroll to 14 as well. Do you see additional drawings regarding Amy's injuries in this letter from Mr. Mullis?
I do.
Did you take any steps to investigate the information that Mr. Mullis provided to you?
I don't know what the date of this is.
Do you recall taking any steps at any time to investigate the
No,
information in this letter?
no forensic experts or witnesses or anything, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I think this is a good place for me to stop. Unfortunately, I think I still have a few more questions for Mr. Firehome. I don't know if the state would be agreeable to, I think we have potentially an expert in the morning, and Mr. Firehome might not be able to get back up here until tomorrow afternoon.
And maybe we can have some off-the-record discussion about scheduling briefly. Okay, we'll do that before everybody takes off, but we'll plan on recessing until 9 o'clock in the morning. I have been informed by the clerk of court that they're bringing a crane in tomorrow to move something. So whatever the parking situation was this morning, it's going to be even worse tomorrow, to the extent people want to know that. They may need a couple extra minutes to get here. See you tomorrow at 9. Have a nice night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Lord have mercy. Today was treacherous. I thought day one was bad. Nothing compared to today. Today was, Lord have mercy. I don't even know. Too much. Too much blah. All right, youngins, I'm calling it a night. My Walmart order just arrived. I have to go put groceries up. I have to get stuff squared away for doctor's appointment in the morning. And wait, Patricia says, I liked all the analysis of the rake injury that we got, though. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Okay, I know that my Walmart order is here. God. Anyway, like I said, tomorrow we have an early morning doctor's appointment about an hour away. So I will not be on in the morning. If I get back in time, um, then I'll start a later stream. Um, and if I don't do that tomorrow, then Monday. Okay. Sound good? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Donnie. Bye, Sherry, Morgana, Tracy, Kel. Yay, you're off work tomorrow. Yay. Good for you, ma'am. Yay. Yeah, I know. I know. Um, but anywho, um, yeah. Hey, Cynthia Bujak. She says I've been lurking. Oh, I love lurkers. I love my lurkers and my workers and lurkers and all that jazz. So, all right, I'm gonna get out of here. Um, and we have to call it an early night tonight. So, but I will see you guys either later tomorrow or on Monday. Okay. You guys have a great night, and make sure to hit the thumbs up button before you leave. Subscribe if you're new. Hit that notification bell, and always, as always, put a hashtag replay in the comments down below if you made it this far and you're watching on the replay. Okay? Right, Patricia, have a good day off, Kel. Yay. All right, I'll see you guys later. Love you.